possible types of creatures they were dealing with. For one thing, gargoyles did not go into a frenzy unless said frenzy was ignited by a skill used by a superior monster. Gargoyles were simple creatures that killed because it was in their nature to kill. But they were also never calculated, which means the named gargoyle is using a hands-on approach. Aiden wondered what it meant for the future that he'd discovered the gargoyle's nesting place so soon. If he was not mistaken, he'd found them 2 years too soon. From what he knew about gargoyles, they were no less than level 42.
But what if that was a conditional piece of information?
If the gargoyle armies that had taken part in the demon wars had actually somehow come from this cave as their nesting grounds, then it was arguable that they'd stayed here, growing their levels for at least 2 years with every adventurer, mercenary, or unfortunate third party that had gotten the displeasure of coming here and losing their lives. If that was the case, then all of them could be of lower levels right now. Aiden didn't know if to be pleased by the possibility or not. On one hand, he did not have the unique quest, so he'd been happy to settle for a good level increase fighting stronger enemies, which would no longer be an option. On the other hand, it guaranteed a higher chance of this task being easy, which meant he would not have to explain anything to anybody in the event of Eliswit returning with terrible injuries. "Do you have potions?" Aiden found himself asking at the thought of injuries.
"I have enough survival tools to last a month," Eliswit answered. There was a moment of silence where she studied him before adding, "I'm guessing you don't have any, so I'd say it would last us 3 weeks.
Aiden fought the urge to smack his own face. Not having any potions or nutrition on him was a significant rookie mistake. He could argue that it was not his fault. Tonight had been nothing but an investigative situation. The intention had been to see what the cave was like, map it, get the unique quest notification, then return. So he'd outfitted himself for a short investigative expedition. How was I supposed to know that there was a unique scenario involved? Despite it all, he still held himself to greater standards. If he was still in the Order and had failed a mission simply because he was underprepared for sudden variables and changes to his position, it would have been an excuse incapable of sufficing. In simpler words, he would have been punished regardless.
"I'm still surprised you use a soldier's belt, though," Eliswit said as they took a turn and ran straight into another corpse.
"It's the easiest way to handle my tools," Aiden explained, squatting at the corpse. This one was also an adventurer. Judging by his gear, however, he was no enchanter. He had the same cause of death, ripped to shreds at the back instead of the front. Further investigations revealed a few more pieces of information. While he wasn't an enchanter, he was very likely a thief. He was also level 20, which Aiden found quite sad. He'd barely truly started on the path of this life before it was snuffed out. He was probably too ambitious, Aiden thought. Like Zen. "There are other ways to carry your items besides a soldier's belt," Eliswit said, continuing their conversation. Aiden agreed. "Most of them are expensive, though." "And you are the favored guest of a king." Aiden cut the adventure tag loose from the corpse and slipped it in his pocket.
Quest objective: collect adventure tags, 2.
"I was under the impression that my father would have at least given you something to help with the whole carrying thing," Eliswit continued. "It would definitely not prove so costly. If I'm not mistaken, your daily stipend should suffice for what a level 30 adventurer should make for each contract befitting their level." That much was true from what Aiden knew. "Which means," Eliswit went on, "that he wouldn't even need to be the one to purchase the best alternative for you. If you saved up for a few weeks, you would be able to buy it. With all the reading you've been doing and all the things you know, it's difficult to believe that you don't know of it." Aiden knew of it. It was most likely what Eliswit had that helped her possess a provision store worth a single month. A spatial orb was Nastild's acme of spatial and time magic, put together in a mix of spells and enchantments.
It stored a large enough amount of items and was bound to its user so that only them and a designated number of other users could access its contents. It was like an inventory. If an inventory was a small jewelry and didn't have a picture of the items you owned displayed in front of you in small squares. It was designed to keep any non-living item inside while preserving it for time theorized to be infinite. What most people didn't know was that it actually wasn't the acme of spatial and time magic on Nastild. It was merely the acme on the human side of Nastild.
Come to think of it, Eliswit said, as if suddenly realizing something. What do you people spend your stipend on? Aiden got up from the corpse. What? Sorry, Eliswit said, derailing the topic for a little bit. May I know his name? Aiden nodded. Quint of Salatar. Rest well, Quint of Salatar, Eliswit said, with a bow of her head.
As I was saying, what do you people spend your stipends on? Different things, I'd guess, Aiden answered. The truth was that he didn't know. All he knew was that everyone had what they spent theirs on. It had only been later on in his life that he'd learnt that Sam had been funding the experiments he'd been working with, up until they became experiments with results that could not justify the means. If he was being honest, Sam had developed a slow growth from questionable to bad to evil to unforgivable. You've really got to forget about this Sam thing. But as much as he told himself this, it was difficult to. You couldn't just ignore someone you'd killed once upon a time with good reason, when you knew there was a very high chance that they would follow the same path that led to your decision. If Aiden dealt with Sam sooner in this lifetime, he could save a lot of lives, and he meant a lot. Sam's victims had numbered north of 500. And the bastard had taken his time with them. It was difficult to tell yourself to ignore something and simply obey. All right, what do you use yours for? Eliswit asked. They'd left the corpse behind and were back on their navigation of the cave. The world was still illuminated, but now the air was humid, moist. It was a good sign. Either they were encroaching on new parts of the cave, or something was happening. Still haven't answered me, Aiden, Eliswit pointed out. Aiden didn't take his eyes off their surrounding, or his nose off the fact that the air was more humid. I spend most of mine on dead, he answered. The soldier, Eliswit asked, confused. He already has his wages as a soldier, and an extra allowance for the task of being stationed at the palace. True enough. Aiden led them around a corner. But now he has his wages for running errands for me, amongst other things. Errands like? I'm very certain your father isn't the only one who wonders how I know the things I know. And while the library can explain most of them, it does not explain all of them. Dead is simply another one of many explanations. Eliswit chuckled. I like that you do not lie, or at least you lie believable lies. How so? Aiden placed his palm flat on the surface of the cave wall, not covered by anything, to see if the humidity in the air was enough to leave any form of moisture on the walls. It was. I mean, Eliswit said, it would have been very disrespectful of you if you had told me that dead is your other explanation of all the things you knew. I consider it either a show of respect for my intelligence or a show of intelligence on your part that you did not. After all, there's no way Dead would have known the classes and levels of the envoys from Nel Quan. I have a few information brokers Dead helps me keep in touch with for those kinds of information. Eliswit paused. How did you learn of information brokers? Aiden didn't think the knowledge was supposed to surprise her. I assumed your world would have one, since mine does, Aiden said. One universal culture amongst humans is their need to know what they are not supposed to know. And you expect me to believe that you somehow managed to gain access to information brokers outside the kingdom as well, all the way to Nel Quan. This time, Aiden chuckled.
It was genuine and amused. He was really hoping that Eliswit did not expect him to believe that she was just making conversation, or that she was simply a curious girl satisfying her curiosity. This was a casually placed interrogation. Fortunately, it was one he was more than happy to go with. If he could get her to believe his words here, then she would help convince her mother of their truths when he got back. "What's funny?" Eliswit asked. "You are," he answered. "I've only been here for a month. I assure you that I have no information broker outside the kingdom. The Nel Quan thing was just a stroke of luck, and I used it to rattle my first opponent."
If he was stuck with a smidge of confusion about what I really was, then he wouldn't have his complete attention on the fight. "Then how did you know—" Aiden stopped what he was doing to look at her. "Luck." Her brows furrowed. "Luck?" Aiden nodded. "Luck. During the ball, they had conversations, one of which had something to do with their classes and levels. That was how I knew the class and level of the first one to face me." Eliswit shook her head. "You lie. I was aware of you during the entire ball, and you did not come close enough to the envoy to defend this point." Aiden fought the urge to cock a questioning brow. She was aware of me enough to stand by it. He wasn't sure how to feel about that. Just how long had the princess been paying attention to him? And how much attention, exactly? "I never said I heard it, princess," he corrected her. "Among my many human skills, I'm quite good at reading lips." It's not an all-know-be-all talent, but it does come in handy. Eliswit's expression turned thoughtful, and Aiden realized that that was a piece of information that would take her a while to believe. It wasn't necessarily a lie. In fact, he was very good at lip reading. He could lip read at least 10 different Nesteeled human languages correctly. As for the non-human languages, that had not been his specialty. Eliswit's disbelief was most likely in the possibility that the Nel Quan envoy would have spoken on the subject of such delicate matters in their language, and not the common tongue. Aiden could buttress his lie by explaining that they would not have considered the possibility just the way the princess hadn't considered the possibility. But he had enough experience to know that some lies were designed to be doubtful and not defended. You allowed the receiver doubt it themselves and reach a conclusion themselves. It was a risky strategy, but defending them would only force the receiver's mind to doubt it more, simply because of simple stubbornness. In a heartbeat, his lie no longer mattered. Eliswit's entire attention and demeanor shifted at the sound of a rolling pebble, and her hand reached over her shoulder for the hilt of her cleaver. Aiden's sword was already free of its sheath. He was a level 14, about in a place where the weakest enemy was at least possibly 20 levels ahead of him. Experience would not be enough to keep him alive. "All right, then," he muttered, as a single gargoyle stepped out from a corner, its expression mildly surprised to see them. It crawled on all fours, its feet armed with sharp claws. It had short wings on its back that didn't look capable of lifting its body, and came up to their waists from feet to shoulders. It had gray skin and yellow eyes that watched them suspiciously. To Eliswit, Aiden asked, "Would you like first strike?" "Definitely," she answered. "I take it so Volden taught you the strategies of fighting with a partner."
Volden had definitely not taught him, but someone had in an old life. "I'll manage, princess." The gargoyle leapt at them, and Eliswit swung her cleaver. It was time to draw first blood. Chapter 31. The Cave. 3. Even though Eliswit had agreed to have the first strike, she did not attack. With her massive cleaver as long as any long sword and larger than any cleaver held out in front of her with both hands, she slowly inched backwards, increasing the distance between her and the gargoyle. Aiden followed her, waiting for what she wanted to do. More importantly, he confirmed something that had been on his mind with the indicator above the gargoyle's head. Gargoyle, level 28.
It was high compared to his level, but low compared to what he had expected. I guess that answers that question. In his past life, he'd never learned of a gargoyle less than 42 levels, but here was one with a significantly lower level than 42. Aiden was willing to bet this had been the breeding grounds for the gargoyles long before the war. But the numbers weren't adding up. The gargoyles had been in the thousands. It was hard to believe that they'd all somehow holed themselves up inside this cave. The cave was large, but it wasn't that large. So how had they all been bred? The answer came to Aiden, even as the question popped up. This wasn't the only part of the world where the gargoyles had been hiding and waiting. There hadn't been only one group of ambitious gargoyles. Aiden kept his eye on the gargoyle as he backed up and it stepped forward. "You can manage, or Valden taught you how to fight with a partner?" Elliswood asked. Valden had taught Aiden nothing about team fights. "I'll manage," he answered. Just to be sure, he took a glance at her cleaver. He was satisfied to find the weapon steady and unwavering. As unkind or arrogant as it might have seemed, he had really needed to confirm that the princess wasn't in any way terrified. You could always fancy yourself as someone who stood strong in the face of adversity, until you met certain types of adversity. Elliswood could easily have found herself terrified of the idea of fighting an actual demon from the scriptures. "You go high, I go low," Aiden asked, hoping to push the attack forward. For all they knew, other gargoyles could be headed this way. Aiden didn't know Elliswood's level, but the last thing he needed was to be caught in a battle with a group of gargoyles with levels in the 20s. Elliswood shook her head. "We'll use the switch strategy. It'll give you time to catch your breath during the fight." Aiden thought about it, then shrugged. "Sure." "Good." Aiden noticed that she was still stepping back. "Gargoyles are also nocturnal," he said, in case she wanted to lure it into some place without light. "They see clearly in the light and the dark." Elliswood's steps paused. "Oh. Yeah, oh is right. So how about we deal with it before any of its friends come sniffing around?" Elliswood nodded. "Yeah." Then she burst forward. Aiden recognized an active skill when he saw it. It carried Elliswood forward, crossing the distance in the blink of an eye, and she met the gargoyle with a massive downward swing. Aiden winced in anticipation of the sound her weapon crashing into the ground would make when her attack was inevitably dodged, and was surprised when it didn't come. The gargoyle had darted away from her attack very easily, but her blade never met the ground. For her weapon's size and her lack of size in comparison, she stopped her swing before it hit the ground a little too easily, then made a frustrated sound. The gargoyle darted back into the fray, clawed feet swiping at Elliswood. Aiden noticed a slight hesitation, as if she was not expecting the attack, before she raised her cleaver to defend herself. "Damn it," Aiden swore as the gargoyle refused to relent, keeping her on the back foot. He squatted quickly, placed his sword on the ground. He'd been practicing how to weave his enchantments while holding weapons, but so far he only had the success of a man writing with his weaker hand, which was hilarious since he was ambidextrous. "Class skill, Enchanted Weave, is in effect. You have used Lesser Weave of Strength effect, plus 18% increase in strength. Duration, 000-530. Aiden picked his sword as Elliswood was beginning to get pushed back and darted into the fray. "Switch!" he shouted. If she could have backed off without any issues, she would have. But Aiden wasn't expecting her to. The call was how the switch strategy worked. One of the members of the duo called out the switch, and they switched places. Aiden darted past Elliswood and swung a vicious slash at the gargoyle. His blade cut through air as it hopped on Elliswood's massive cleaver and used it to propel itself away. "I didn't expect—" Whatever else Elliswood had to say died in her throat, as Aiden simply followed after the gargoyle. He closed the distance it made almost immediately, and struck once more. He stabbed at its head, and it weaved to one side, avoiding the blow. Aiden swung his leg in a kick, refusing to let up the attack. The gargoyle avoided again, darting to the side. Aiden expected it. In fact, he had been waiting for it. The moment the creature's feet left the ground, Dash was already carrying Aiden across the distance. Gargoyles weren't quick attackers, but they had quick reaction time. In a head-on fight with a gargoyle, like most animals in the wild most accustomed to fleeing, you didn't aim for where it was. You aimed for where it was going to be. Aiden's sword came down on the creature in a downward overhead swing as both of them came to a stop in the same position almost at the same time. It raised a gray limb to take the strike, and Aiden's blade clashed harmlessly with its gray skin. Then he spun and kicked it in the head. "Switch!" he called out as the gargoyle staggered away, shaking its head. Aiden stepped back, but instead of Eliswit bounding past him, a slash of red mana cut through the air in an arc and struck the gargoyle. It sent the creature flying back, but not too far. Eliswit stepped up next to Aiden with a surprised frown. "It withstood that?" she asked, confused. "It's not supposed to be able to withstand that. Not at its level." In front of them, the gargoyle picked itself from the ground. Nothing had changed about the creature except a crack that currently ran up its neck. "I aimed for the head," Eliswit said, in retained surprise. "I always aim for the head." "Is that why you didn't follow up?" Aiden asked. "Because you thought that was enough to kill it." Eliswit pointed at the gargoyle as if there was something there that Aiden wasn't seeing or understanding. "It's just level 28, she complained. "I've put down a level 40 with that skill before." The statement gave Aiden a moment of hesitation. If she'd put down a level 40 with the skill before, did that make her above level 40? Or was the skill simply that powerful? There's also a chance that she's lying. Aiden found himself compelled to discard the thought. There was no reason for her to lie about that in this moment. So why was he quick to assume she was lying? Was it some lost ego that made him refuse to believe someone as young as her was significantly more powerful than him? It's because liars always assume everyone is lying. The words crawled into his mind, mocking. "And you are a liar." Aiden shook his monologue, or, in this case, self-dialogue. "It doesn't matter," he told her. "What matters is that now we know it's got high durability and defense. We can work accordingly." "Yes." Eliswit held her blade down into the side now. She had an expression Aiden didn't like on her face. She looked as if her domain was strength, and the gargoyle had just challenged her to a test of strength. Aiden didn't like it one bit. He didn't doubt that she could overpower the creature, but overpowering a gargoyle was just a waste of strength. There were far easier ways to kill them, after all. Eliswit charged the gargoyle, and Aiden followed after her. Eliswit and the gargoyle met in a flurry of blows. She swung her massive cleaver, and the gargoyle met her each time with a swipe of one clawed feet or the other. The sound that echoed through the cave was of sword against stone, and it grew with each blow as Eliswit put more and more of her strength into each attack. Aiden moved past the both of them, allowing Eliswit's struggle to prove herself the stronger of the two. He kept his attention on the both of them, making sure he always remained close enough as he made his way to the corner the gargoyle had come from as quickly as he could. He came to a stop there and peeked around it. The view that met him relaxed one of his worries. The path was clear. Empty. It was a good thing. Since the beginning of the fight, he'd been worried that a group of gargoyles would ambush them. With only 2 roads to this place, the likelihood of that happening had been dwindled to a number too close to 0 for Zero's comfort. Which meant, I can teach her how to fight it. That was always the best option. The scriptures had no take on how to defeat the gargoyles to the best of Aiden's knowledge, which was quite limited. So him suddenly attacking its weak point and killing it would raise a lot of unanswerable questions. The question was how he was going to teach her without teaching her. I could just accidentally kill it myself, though. It was the simplest answer. Switch! Like a man who'd been a soldier for too long, responding to a command out of nowhere, Aiden was already charging in with his sword held forward. He charged from behind the gargoyle as Eliswit leapt back and away from the creature. There was a frown on her face that told Aiden that she had failed to overpower the creature. The gargoyle turned immediately, reaction speed as superior as ever, and dived Aiden without hesitation. Unwilling to meet it in a test of strength, he ducked to the side, rolled to the ground, and came up to his feet. Dash carried him to the beast the moment he was back on his feet, and his sword was already singing through the air. He dipped into one of many variations of the Order's sword technique. It was designed to face four-legged creatures, to sever limbs and disembowel. 3 strikes were parried by the gargoyle. A 4th was dodged, while the 5th took it in the mouth. Aiden's hand shook from the impact of the tip of his sword clashing with the insides of the creature's mouth. Its stone-like skin seemed to extend even to its insides. Aiden backed away and charged forth once more. He threw a feint to one side, then came up with a vicious kick that brushed the gargoyle's front limbs out from under it as it avoided his feint. The creature fell face first into the ground, its rump held up by its 2 standing hind legs. Aiden winced from the pain in his leg, but ignored it for the most part. In an action he would normally never be caught doing, he brought his sword down on the gargoyle's neck in a powerful overhead strike. Blade clanged as if he'd struck a boulder. The sword trembled, and Aiden grit his teeth against the discomfort that went through his entire body. It wasn't as if he didn't know it would fail. "Switch!" he called out, darting to the side to give Eliswit the space she required. Again, a blast of red man cut through the air once more. It cut past Aiden and struck the gargoyle. The beast bent itself forward and took the strike against the top of its head. Aiden almost frowned at the repeated action. His frown paused as Eliswit charged past him, cleaver swinging like a butcher, more than happy to test her mettle against a piece of bone she'd just been told she couldn't cut through. The effects of Aiden's weaving of strength was still flowing through him, and he used it as a timer. It was funny how they hadn't even fought for up to 5 minutes. Eliswit attacked the creature in angry-looking swings, and the creature parried where it could, and evaded where it could. Apart from the one time at the beginning of the fight, they had kept the creature on the defensive ever since. Eliswit turned a slash into a defensive stance and rammed the gargoyle with the flat of her sword. "Switch!" Aiden called out as the creature was disoriented, staggering away from her. Without waiting for Eliswit to step out of the way, he propelled himself with all the strength in his leg and leapt over her. He crossed 8 feet with the single jump. You have learned. Leap. Mastery 0.01%. He discarded the notification as he landed on the gargoyle with a falling kick. The creature met his kick with its shoulder, and pain ran through Aiden's leg. Still, the force of the blow was enough to bring its head down to the ground once more. Sucking in a sharp breath from the pain, Aiden turned, pivoting on his good leg, and drew an upward slash into the creature's second shoulder. The blow shook the creature and sent it bounding to the side. At this point, they were practically bullying the poor beast. Not that Aiden cared. The gargoyle shook its head, disoriented, and Aiden was already following after it. To his surprise, rather than prepare for an evasion, it raised its head and opened its mouth. It was a move Aiden knew, a move that rendered most of its body exposed. "No, you don't," Aiden muttered. He felt mana course through him the way it always did when combined foundational skills that were no longer visible in the user's skill list activated, and dash helped him cross the entire distance in one step. He appeared above the beast and dug his sword into its mouth.
The discomfort startled the gargoyle as Aiden's feet hit the ground, tilting its head downwards. Then Aiden pushed upwards, forced the gargoyle's head back so that its front legs were lifted with it and were no longer touching the ground. "Can't have you calling your friends now," Aiden said, as he struggled to keep its head up. Then he switched to a variation of the Order's unarmed combat. Releasing his sword, he grabbed one of its front legs, turned the beast to the side, leaned down, and clipped one of its back legs with his foot. It looked like a complicated and loose variation of a judo leg sweep.
The end result was a loud thud that shook the ground as he brought the massive beast bodily to the ground. But Aiden wasn't done. He acted quickly, grabbed the hilt of his sword, and drove the rest of the blade into the gargoyle's mouth until only the hilt was visible. "Switch!" he called, abandoning his sword to the creature's mouth once more. This time, he didn't distance himself from the thing. He merely stood to the side. To no surprise at all, an arc of red mana blasted into the beast's underbelly. In its wake was a web of cracks. Elliswood's cleaver came down on the crack immediately after, with enough force to displace the air and shake the beast. If the place wasn't so moist, Aiden was certain the action would have raised a lot of dust. The gargoyle continued to struggle on the ground, but was having difficulty turning itself upright. It gagged a few times in a failed attempt to make a different sound, as Elliswood stepped away from it with a confused look. "This type of creature shouldn't exist," she said, annoyed.
Aiden almost scoffed. There were a lot of creatures not indigenous to Nastilid's human side of the world that shouldn't exist. The rock golems had a bee as tall as 2 men with wings lighter than tissue paper that could fly significantly faster than any car. And magic had nothing to do with it. To any human on Nastilid, that was a monster that shouldn't exist. Eleswit stared at the cracks running along the stomach of the struggling gargoyle. "A creature with such high durability and defense always has a weakness," she said. Then she struck its stomach once more with all the force she could muster. Nothing happened. "That weakness is always its underbelly." Aiden couldn't argue with her. Even dragons had weaker underbelly when compared to their scaly bodies. But that was the thing. Their underbellies were only weaker in comparison.
Just because it was their weakness, it didn't mean that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could just stroll up to it and stab it, expecting to put a hole in it. If someone like Aiden, at his current level, tried it, he would find himself with a very poor result. And if he put his back into it, he would find himself with a broken sword. The gargoyle turned on its side, and he kicked it back to struggling on its back. The kick was simple, but he'd still had put a significant amount of strength into it to move the creature. Aiden squinted at the gargoyle in an illusion of thought. "But it's got to have some kind of weakness," he muttered, loud enough for the princess to hear. "In your scriptures, they killed it enough times to imply it has a weakness." Elaswit paused in thoughts of her own. When she was done, she spun her cleaver as if it was a simple longsword. With the momentum garnered from the twirl of the weapon, she slammed its blade into one of the creature's hind legs. Close, but not close enough. The blade bounced off the leg, and a web of hairline cracks spread from where she'd struck it.
"I guess that's not it," she mused. Aiden squatted in front of the gargoyle. It continued to toss its body from side to side, looking for a leverage that would put it comfortably on its side once more, then back on its feet. Aiden made sure not to get too close so he didn't suffer a stray slap from one of its claws. Elliswood stabbed her cleaver into the ground and placed her hands on her hips. "It's like a Nelto." Aiden spared a single unnecessary glance at the gargoyle. It looked nothing like a Nelto. "How?" he asked. "They both struggle the moment you put them on their back." Aiden couldn't argue with that. A Nelto was a large, triple-horned animal on Nastild. It was as large as a full-grown bull and had significant muscles. It was domesticated and was a major source of protein for humans with almost no fat.
As Elliswood had pointed out, once they were put on their backs, getting up on their own was next to impossible. I guess that's one weakness discovered, Elliswood pointed out. I guess so, Aiden agreed, though he couldn't call it a weakness. No. He turned his attention to the hilt of his sword sticking out of its mouth. It isn't a natural weakness. Elliswood followed his gaze. You think it's having a hard time because of your sword in its mouth? She said. It wasn't a question. Aiden answered with a simple nod. I think parts of its upper body that should move internally are being restricted because of the sword. Without the sword, I think it would simply get back on its feet. Which brings us back to square one, Elliswood sighed. No weakness. There was a weakness. Aiden just needed her to either figure it out, which would be extremely impressive, or cancel out enough options that he could figure it out by method of trial and error. Actually, she said after a while, I'm impressed by the fact that you have enough strength to sweep its feet. You even kicked it a few times, then actually put it on its back. How are you so strong? Aiden opened his mouth to reply, then paused. Brandis didn't tell her, he realized. If that was the case, then how many people knew for a fact what type of weaver he was? If his skills weren't common knowledge, should he keep them a secret? Obviously, the others he was summoned with would find out in a matter of time. Drax, Leto, and Anita already knew what he was capable of. But what of everyone else? It could be a boon. If you were about to get in a fight and found out that your opponent was a baker while you were a trained warrior, you were bound to let your guard down at some point in time. It would be too late by the time you find out he's a baker of death or something sinister like that. This was something he needed to think about. I don't mean to be rude, Elliswood was saying. It's just that, even though I know you've turned a domestic class into something you can use for combat, I don't know any weaver being that strong. Aiden got up and stepped away just in time to avoid a stray claw as the gargoyle somehow got itself on its side. Elliswood kicked it casually, pushing it back on its back. She made the action look far easier than it had felt when Aiden had done it. Also, why did you put your sword in its mouth? She asked. So many questions, Aiden thought. It wasn't a thought of irritation or judgment, merely an observation. Was she always this talkative? The Princess Elliswood he could remember was known for her poise and decorum, then her calm insanity on the battlefield. Whenever she was deeply disturbed, her face became expressionless. It had been the same way any time she fought. Then she'd gained the Berserker title at some point in the war, and she'd garnered the unique title of Empty Berserker. The world had given it to her because of her empty expression in the heat of battle, even in her berserk state. Thinking about it reminded Aiden of how scary opinions actually were on Nastild. On Earth, you could ignore the opinion of strangers without consequences. However, on Nastild, if enough people developed the same opinion of you, there were actual results. Titles were one of the magical things on Nastild that actually had a discovered way it worked, and it was as good as it was terrifying. You didn't entirely have to be the village fool to gain the title Village Fool. Lord Lockhart. Aiden pulled himself from his thought to look at Elliswood. Am I annoying you? She asked with an odd expression. It was somewhere between, I don't want to be a nuisance, and I can't believe you find me to be a nuisance. Aiden shook his head in response. Not at all, Princess. I was merely thinking about a few things. Like what? First, I'll answer your question. I stabbed it in the mouth because I thought it was going to cry out or make some very loud noise. I didn't need it drawing other gargoyles to us. We're already taunting luck by finding it alone and making all the noise we have without drawing other gargoyles to us. They can do that? They could. I assumed as much, Aiden answered. On my homeworld, there are animals that call out to others for help with loud cries. I wasn't willing to risk it. I was also wondering what other possible weakness it could have. He drew his dagger from its sheath and walked up to the gargoyle's head. "Have you considered getting a short sword?" Eliswit offered as he approached the head. "For people who need something to do with their other hand when using the long sword and do want a shield, a short sword is a good compromise. Very useful, in fact." Aiden had considered it once upon a time. In fact, he'd even had a time in his life when he fought with a short sword and a long sword. And 2 daggers. And a spear, he thought as he knelt in front of the gargoyle's face and placed a hand on its head. Then 2 short swords. 2 falchions, too. At some point he'd mastered enough weapons decently enough to have a skill for them, which eventually combined into the Weapon Master advanced skill. But that was then, and this was now. He still had intentions of gaining the skill once more, though. With all the strength of what was left of his enchantment flowing through him, he steadied the head of the gargoyle, kept it fixed and stationary. It stared at him with dull yellow eyes, lightless and dim. He let out a sigh. Eliswit leaned to the side so she could look at him. "What are you—" Aiden stabbed the gargoyle in the eye. Eliswit turned away in a hurry and gagged in disgust. As for Aiden, he was met with the unsurprisingly dull sound of a knife striking stone. "That was wrong," Eliswit said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Aiden was pleased to find that Eliswit had only gagged and not vomited. It meant she had a strong tolerance for certain things. Maybe he would make a temporary team and add her to it. Or maybe not. Princesses absconding from their palaces to join someone on an adventure around the world, risking her life, was the farthest thing from logical. Such things didn't happen, especially with princesses that had any modicum of sense, and if they didn't, there was no member of the royal family that would allow such a thing. Aiden got up and stepped away from the gargoyle's head. "Got any other ideas?" he asked, never taking his eyes away from the gargoyle. "I don't know," Eliswit said, bothered. "If its eyes are also that defensively high, I'm beginning to think that none of us are strong enough to kill it." "Armors," Aiden said suddenly. Eliswit drew a blank. "Armors?" "Yes," Aiden said, walking up to the gargoyle's leg. "Armors. They are powerful, designed to protect the user. In an armor that is not enchanted, what is the one weakness everyone knows?" "Joints." It was a clear answer, but she sounded unsure. Aiden wondered if it was because she was not very familiar with armors that lacked any form of magical protection, or if she was unsure because she didn't know if he was looking for another answer. Regardless, Aiden nodded. "Yes, joints." He tackled one of the gargoyle's legs, moving quickly so that it didn't swipe at him, and pushed it to the side. Then he drew a line with his dagger at the inside of the knee. Nothing. "Nope," he muttered. He looked at the point where the limb met the rest of the body at the creature's underside, and drew a line there with the dagger. The skin gave way too easily, and gray blood welled up like wet concrete, and the gargoyle released a muffled sound. It seemed his sword was doing a good job of silencing it. He turned his attention to Eliswit. "I guess we've found a weakness," he said. "Everything's got a weakness. The question now is how we kill it with that." "Got any good sword in your storage?" Aiden asked. Eliswit shrugged. "I guess." She picked her cleaver from the ground and hooked it behind her back. It didn't have a scabbard. Then she held her hand out in front of her, palm up. There was a refraction of light above her hand, like what you would expect from a long line of countless broken shards of mirrors. Then a sword appeared in her hold, complete with a well-crafted scabbard. Aiden stepped away from the gargoyle, sheathed his dagger, and walked up to her. He took it unceremoniously, and she cocked a brow at him. "Thanks," he said, then turned and faced the gargoyle.
He positioned the sword, held it with one hand, and rested the blade on his other hand as if to support his aim. Then he took a deep breath and activated Dash. He blitzed through the distance and plunged his sword into the joint. With his momentum, the sword was buried from point to hilt, and blood splashed on him, a deep gray. Aiden kept his hold, then shoved the sword slightly deeper, hilt deep. The gargoyle thrashed under him a little, let out a long, violent sound that was muffled and choking. After a moment, it bucked once, then fell silent and motionless. The gargoyle's skin grew grayer, then a hue of green, the color of verdigris, began to riddle it. The cracks that had once been hairline fractures turned into actual cracks and grooves. Before long, the gargoyle stiffened and turned statuesque. Aiden slipped the sword out gracefully and stepped away from the monster. Looking at it now, it looked like a long, abandoned, broken statue, overgrown with verdigris. He swung the sword in an arc, and the blood splattered on the ground, ridding the blade of blood completely. While this was a way to rid a blade of blood, normal blood would not come off completely like this.
You have dealt a critical blow. You have dealt a fatal blow.
Congratulations, you have slain Gargoyle level 28. Congratulations, you have leveled up. 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 Level 14 to 18. You are now level 18. Aiden inhaled deeply with the rush of power coursing from his heart and through his body as his level grew. When it was done, he turned to Eliswit. I guess we've learned how to kill them. Eliswit had a disturbed look on her face. I guess so. She looked at something else on the ground, and Aiden followed her gaze to find that the gargoyle blood he'd discarded to the ground had dried up and now looked like dried concrete. He didn't have anything to say to that. His interface flashed in front of him. Achievement unlocked. Of all who have dedicated their lives to the protection of Nastold, you alone are the first to wet the grounds with the blood of a true invader in this era. You have earned a new title. Protector. Effect, plus 10% damage resistance to otherworldly creatures. Achievement unlocked. You have faced adversity and proven yourself to be the first to slay a gargoyle invader in this world. You have earned a new title. Stone Guard. Effect, plus 10% damage resistance to gargoyle attacks. Aiden stared down at his interface. 2 titles, he thought. He hadn't heard of them before, but it wasn't very surprising. If he was being honest enough, they weren't worthy of anything famous. For all he knew, some random guy in his past life could have killed an invader, as his interface called them, and gotten the title. By the simple virtue of being some random guy, and the only one that would ever get the title, they could have lived the rest of their lives without people noticing the title. Or they could have died in the first real battle. Aiden almost blanked at how jaded the thought had been. He had once again reminded himself of why he was vastly unlikely to be granted the hero title in this life. Eliswit was busy staring at the empty space in front of her, so Aiden assumed she was either checking something or had gained something from the fight. So he took the time to check his personal information. Name, Aiden Lachart. Species, human. Age, 19. Class, Weaver level 18. Class skill, Enchanted Weave, Mastery 18.56%. Walking Canvas, Mastery 10.00%. Locked, Mastery 0.00%. U. Affiliation, Kingdom of Bandiv. Title, Goblin Slayer, Defier, Protector, Stone Guard. Basic Swordsmanship, Unarmed Combat, Resilience,
non-manipulation, basic enchant, dagger wield, quiet movement, light steps, detect, leap, stats, dexterity 6, agility 5, mana 7, speed 8, perception 6, strength 3, life, health 100%, stamina 81%, mana 96%. I got a title, Elaswit said suddenly. Aiden dismissed his interface. Me too. What did you get? First line of defense, she said. It says I got it for being the first to assist in killing an invader. She looked up at him. I'm guessing you got something similar, seeing as... She gestured at the dead gargoyle. You're the one that killed the thing. Aiden nodded. I did. I got Protector. It grants me 10% damage resistance to invaders. I got 5%. Elaswit paused, then frowned. Isn't Protector a class evolution I've never heard of the title before? Have you heard of yours before? Elaswit shook her head. Then, Aiden went on, would it be safe to say that it's a title gotten from our very specific situation? If it is, Elaswit said slowly, then that means the Demon King really is coming. Aiden almost laughed. She had no idea just how wrong she was. The Demon King wasn't coming. He was already here. Whoever he is just doesn't know it yet. Unnecessary. So this is the infamous gargoyle the scripture talks about so graciously. Elaswit kicked the corpse. Personally, I think it's overhyped. Aiden paused his task of retrieving his sword from the gargoyle's mouth to look at her. A while ago you had no idea what a gargoyle was, he said. He grabbed the hilt of his sword and tugged. It didn't budge. Elaswit gave him a sheepish grin. Would you believe me if I said I was only pretending not to know? He could hear the humor in her voice. It was a good thing she was making jokes. It meant she was still good to go. Unless she's one of those people who use jokes to hide their nervousness and how broken they are. Aiden tugged on his sword once more. It budged this time, but didn't come loose. When he tugged on it the fourth time, it succumbed. He pulled it out to reveal a broken sword. Holding it up to look at it, he sighed. Well, that's a bust. Elaswit walked up to stand beside him. She grimaced at the sight of the sword. And it was a really good sword. Aiden didn't agree. The sword was a good sword, yes, but calling it a really good sword was a stretch. Not really, he told her. The broken end of the blade was covered in solidified gargoyle blood. Aiden had an idea of what had happened. Stabbing it through had pierced the heart, and blood had flowed carelessly. Whatever depths his sword had reached to inconvenience the creature had most likely been flooded with blood as well. Then it solidified, and, pulling out the sword, broke the sword. He tossed the sword carelessly aside. A gargoyle's insides were as strong as its outsides, and, normally, a sword of the quality he was using wasn't supposed to have caused it as much discomfort, even stabbed into its mouth, as this one had. Normally, the blade would have shattered inside after enough struggling. So why hadn't his broken? The answer was simple. When Aiden used Weave of Lesser Strength, it had applied to the weapon as well, simply because it had been in contact with him. So the sword had been buffed for the duration of its use. Now that the weaving had come undone, timed out, it had reverted to its normal durability and broken under the force of him trying to pull it out. I guess it's a good thing I have a few spares, Elaswit said. Aiden nodded. Something poked him in the side, and he turned to find the princess holding up the sword she'd pulled from her storage space to him. The one he'd used to kill the gargoyle. He took it from her. "Thanks, but why do you have a regular longsword again?" he asked. "Butchers don't use them," Elaswit shrugged. "You can never be too prepared." That made enough sense that Aiden had no more questions to ask on the matter. Instead, he focused on more interesting things, like the fact that he was 2 levels away from level 20. A new class skill was not far away. At level 10, everyone got their class. After that, they automatically gained a new class skill every 10 levels. Level 50 worked differently, though. The requirement was getting a new class skill, but it wasn't automatic. The person would have to work to create it. Then, at level 99, I'll have to evolve it. Everything else started working differently after level 100. The change was slow but sure, as if the person was being eased into a new way of living. Aiden discarded the thoughts, knowing that future problems were for future Aiden. He removed the scabbard of his broken sword from his soldier's belt and held up the one Eliswit gave him. "Cool, isn't it?" she said. Aiden couldn't disagree. He hadn't been paying much attention to it in the beginning, but he was now. Its scabbard was a bright white, clean. Whatever material they had used to craft it was sturdy and strong. He doubted it was wood. The white was adorned with simple golden loops at the top and bottom. Whoever had crafted it had chosen to display the beauty and simplicity, and Aiden was sure they had chosen white and gold for colors to give it some royal visage. After all, only the high class and those who wanted to be tended to be enamored by such bright colors. He would have checked the actual blade if he didn't already know how good it was. Instead, he did something else.
You have activated skill Detect.
A simple indicator appeared above the sword. A simple sword, crafted by a proper blacksmith of the royal family, with a scabbard to display a fraction of royal beauty. Crafted for better fighters than normal. Durability, 100%. Aiden held back a chuckle. The system description of weapons created on Nastilde were usually influenced by the minds and intentions of those who helped craft them. If he wasn't mistaken, the first sentence was created by the system, while the second was most likely from the intentions of those who had created it. Its power was clearly limited, though. For one thing, it didn't have a name. It also didn't have an actual effect. Aiden's guess was that its advantage was in how sturdy a weapon it was. All right, then. He attached the sword to one of his soldier belts. Shall we get going? How about the corpse? Eliswit asked. He paused. What about it? She opened her mouth, closed it, then opened it again. Aiden waited patiently. After a while, she let out an exasperated sigh. I swear the teachers back in the palace are slacking off. Once we get home, I'm talking to my father about stricter supervision of their work. Aiden drew a blank, confused. What? I'm guessing they've not taught you, but Nastilde has people with crafting classes, she told him. And some people have what we call the looting skill, which allows them harvest the corpse of a monster and turn it into something of a finished product in record time. Aiden knew of them. The looting skill was one of the rarest support class skills on Nastilde, and the crafting classes weren't the only classes that gave it. Maybe 1 in 42 crafters had the skill, which made them highly paid and highly sought-out skill users. Through a series of processes, depending on the specialization of their collective skills, a crafting class could turn things into finished products. A blacksmith would always be better at blacksmithing than a blacksmith. A baker would always be better than a baker. By virtue of the class, they cut down the time required to create the finished product and increased the quality and often quantity of the final product. Then there were those with the loot skill. They were the cheats in the world of crafting. If a blacksmith with the loot skill touched the corpse of a monster, there would be a blacksmithing outcome. If the creature had enough materials, which they almost always did, you could find yourself armed with a sword or shield,
or something in that department. If an alchemist had the skill, you could end up with quite the potent concoction. If we can get a crafter here, Eliswit was saying, or at least get the corpse to them, then they could make something good out of it. Considering how powerful this thing was for its level, I'm sure we can get something unique and strong. Aiden didn't know how he was going to explain how wrong she was to her. He also didn't need to think much to know that he didn't have to explain anything to her, because he wasn't supposed to know anything. The only crafting outcome that could be gotten from a gargoyle was the powerful and great material known as rock. It was a very powerful and great piece of rock that was harder than any simple rock. The end. Gargoyles, like some of the other cannon fodders the demons had used during the war, were all crafting duds. They were slimes that turned into the wateriest water ever watered that was far waterier than water. Duds. All of them. Aiden could still remember how loud the leader of the order had laughed when he'd confirmed that all the cannon fodders were crafting duds. You can always trust a demon to piss you off, even in your own victory, he had said. Regardless, Aiden was going to tell her nothing about it. Eliswit came to stand in front of him, as if she thought he was going to ignore her and continue walking. He wasn't. I say we do this, she said. We find a way to mark the spots. Then, if we succeed in clearing this quest and scenario, you go to this town's branch of the Adventure Society and submit your quest or scenario completion notification and claim all the gargoyles we kill. Aiden remained silent. He gave her a confused look, playing the part of a confused outworlder. That way, Eliswit explained slowly, you can then hire crafters to come and take a look at the corpses we kill. You give them an acceptable fee. Royal rate is 35% of sales for every crafted item, and you make a little money on the side apart from what my dad gives you. So, I'm sorry to cut you short, but I wouldn't advise using royal rates as a benchmark, though, Eliswit interrupted. The Brandis family has always been generous to crafters not directly under its employ. Father says it helps the overall kingdom's economy and the citizens. So I'd say we are far too generous. We could talk to Nella instead, to confirm the adventurer rate. Aiden knew the adventurer rate. It was 15%. Sometimes it could be haggled to 20%. The black market rate was an arguable 40 to 50%, depending on how much clout you had in that part of the underworld and how feared you were. Fair enough, he said. We'll talk to the society once we're out. Eliswit smiled at him. Good. Now can we continue on our way? She nodded happily and turned, heading down the path they had been going down before the interruption of the gargoyle. Isn't she a little too excited? Aiden wondered. She looked like a child who'd been begging her parents to take her to Disneyland for so long, and now finally had the chance to do all the Disney things she wanted to do. Aiden was beginning to suspect she didn't do much in the way of adventuring, which was odd because he knew Brandis supported his children going out into the world to level up the dangerous way. What was it Nella said, he thought as he started walking, following behind her as they turned the corner ahead of them. Something about adventuring with knights. Maybe that was the current case. Maybe Brandis allowed his children adventure, but only if they had a knight with them, which meant they wouldn't be able to enjoy the full, terrifying fun of adventuring, the way adventurers enjoyed or suffered it. Odd to be giddy at the thought of potentially losing your life, though, he thought. Then again, the title of wasn't something people came by so easily. The very fact that she'd gotten it was saying a lot. Hurry up, Lord Lockhart, Eliswit called over her shoulder. We're burning day. The ground shook beneath them, cutting her off. It trembled enough that lesser humans would have fallen. Aiden paused, looking around them. The walls were moving, but no debris was falling. Even the ceiling seemed to be rearranging itself.
Elaswit had stopped walking and had her hands held out to her sides, as if she needed the action for stability. Her eyes were fixed on the ground. "A ground surge?" she asked, worried. A ground surge was what Nastilda called an earthquake, but Aiden knew better. This wasn't a ground surge. If his assumption on what it actually was right, then they were slightly screwed. "No," he answered, slightly dreadful. "Then what?" Elaswit asked. The shaking had stopped, and they now stood easily. Aiden met her eyes, and he saw in them that the simple no he'd given for an answer had given her an idea of what it might be. For the first time since he'd known the princess, in both his past life and this one, he saw fear. He remembered her sense of claustrophobia in dark places and wondered if it only applied to dark places as he gave her the answer he knew she was praying he wouldn't give her. "I think the natural enchantment has locked us back in." Elaswit paled. Normally, Aiden wouldn't have been too bothered, if not for the fact that natural enchantments only activated themselves when they were formed. After that, the only way for them to activate was for them to be activated. Someone had just intentionally activated the natural enchantment. The question now was, had they simply intentionally activated the natural enchantment, or had they intentionally sealed them in? Eliswit walked back to Aiden briskly, with purpose in her eyes. When she got to him, her action was simple. She took his hand in hers and squeezed. "I don't know if I've told you this before, Aiden." She didn't sound jovial in the slightest. "But I'm terrified of knowing I'm trapped with no way out." Her grip remained tight, and her hand was trembling. Eliswit Brandis had a weakness, and she wasn't ashamed to share it with him. Aiden nodded slowly. "We need to sit down, collect our thoughts," he told her, easing her down to the ground. She obeyed without question, nodding along. When she was seated, with her cleaver shifted as diagonally as possible to grant her comfort, still holding onto his hand, Aiden took a knee in front of her. "She's already beginning to hyperventilate," he noted by the increasing rise and fall of her chest. "I'll have to calm her down." "Listen to me, El," he said. Elaswit frowned, then chuckled. "No one calls me El." "Sorry." Aiden had been going for some form of familiarity, something to calm her down. He didn't think calling her princess was going to help right now. And somehow Elaswit sounded formal as well. Elaswit shook her head. "No, don't be. I just don't like it. It feels like something too generic for a short name. People like to shorten any name with L in it to L. But you can call me El. For some reason it makes me mad enough at you to focus only on you." She gave him a slight, sheepish smile when she was done. Aiden wasn't sure what had just happened. All he'd gotten from that was that he had permission to call her El. "Well, El," he smiled at her, "we're not trapped."
"Feels like we're trapped, though."
They were definitely trapped. "Well, we're definitely not trapped." He gave her a warm smile, then looked around at the bioluminescent moss and algae that gave them light. "And we've got all the light we need. I've been studying enchantments enough to know of natural enchantments. And do you know something about natural enchantments that I didn't say?" "Because you act like talking is a taboo?" Eliswit replied. "And I apologize for that," Aiden chuckled. "I'll try and be better. But what I didn't say is that natural enchantments always come in two folds. Something like this with an entrance has another natural array that will always serve as the exit. And we'll find it." Eliswit met his gaze, looked deep into his eyes. He physically watched her place all her trust in him. "Is that true?" she asked. Aiden paused, allowed a short silence settle between them so that she would know that he understood the weight of her question and the moment they were in right now. He needed her to understand that he'd given his response his entire thought and memory, and was certain of it before he answered. When he did, it was with a single word. Yes, he lied. Valden sucked in a slow, deep breath. Once more, he thought. He raised the sword in his hand, a weak replica of his true knight sword. Using his original sword could cause far more problems than he was willing to cause in a noble's house, no matter how grand their hospitality was. Ready? He activated his skill. You have used class skill, Aura Strike. At first, nothing happened, as he held back the skill as much as he could, allowed the effect build. It strained him, pushed against his entire body. Then he released it. At first it crackled through his sword, as if the air around it was electrified. Then it ran about the blade, as if he had used a lightning enchantment. It was a deep yellow, crackling wildly. Then his sword grew a bright yellow. The air hummed around it. Valden held the attack strong. He needed to channel it properly, then chain the skills that would follow. He needed to do it all in the shortest time, with the greatest power output possible. Then he swung. It was a downward strike, designed to cleave through anything. The moment his sword hit the ground, a blast of yellow aura shot through the air it had cut through in an arc. It lanced forward, charging the air in its path, as a crack split the ground in front of him, traveling forward. But Valden was not done. The aura blast had barely gone far when he turned, spun into the attack, then stabbed the sword into the ground, activating another skill. You have used class skill Protected Sword. A massive after-image of his sword swelled as high as 10 feet and as wide as 12 in front of him. Experience had taught him that this was his strongest defensive class skill, but he was yet to push it to its limits. Valden knew a man with the exact same skill, and knew that the skill could literally become a physical thing if he channeled mana into it properly. He was close to creating that, but he wasn't close enough. Faster, he beckoned to himself. You have used class skill Knight's Repose. The moment the air around him stabilized, calming the ambient mana as the skill always did, he channeled his next skill. Interface lit up one skill after the other. You have activated class skill Knight's Stomp. Mana flooded out of him and shook the ground around him. Enemies within the effect of the skill would find their footing thrown off. They would stagger, most would fall. Under certain criteria, it would deal stun damage to an enemy. Faster! Valden's grip on his sword tightened, and he swung it violently in a horizontal slash, cleaving through the air. You have used class skill, Resting Cleave. He felt the ripple go through the air where his sword cut through it. It pushed forward, traveling a distance of maybe 10 feet in front of him. It rippled as if under the effect of a heat wave. Then Valden swung his sword up in a final attack, put every strength left in him into the single blow, and begged the gods in his heart. His sword cut in a vicious upward slash, but nothing beyond the ordinary happened. Valden lowered his sword to the side for the 8th time this morning and stabbed it into the ground with a defeated sigh. He stood at the center of a wide field. Cracks riddled the ground around him, running as far as 20 feet, 8 in total. Each one was the result of an aura strike. Failed again, he told himself as he let go of his sword and let it fall to the ground. He'd been stuck at level 49 for too long. 3 months stuck at level 49 was too long for him. Far too long. Banadiz, a level 89 Knight of the Crown, had told him not to let his inability to scale the level 50 wall bother him too much. There were fighters who had taken years to cross it. According to Banadiz, his situation wasn't as bad as he thought. Valden had achieved great things. He was the first to achieve the title before hitting level 50. Besides, there were also knights who had spent a year before meeting the level 50 requirement, stuck at level 49. Yes, there was always someone who had it worse than you, someone who wasn't as good as you, who had to struggle more than you. It could always be worse, so be content with where you were. But Valden wasn't the kind of man to focus on that. Staring at the chaos around him with no reward, his spirit dwindled slightly, his motivation dying out. No, he told himself. You do not quit here. Being reminded that there was always worse was a consolation that he believed pulled people to contentment with where they were or what they had. It was a good thing, but it was not for him. Contentment breeds happiness. Happiness breeds comfort. Comfort breeds stagnation. Valden did not focus on those he was better than. There were people who took their lifetimes to cross into level 50, and there were people who have done it in weeks. Those were the people he focused on. It could always be worse, yes, but it could always be better. Valden always focused on those that were better than him. If there were people who had done it in weeks while he'd been in the same predicament for 3 months now, then he wasn't good enough. He needed to be better to be worthy of his title as a Knight of the Crown. Valden bent and picked his sword back up. One more, he muttered to himself as the morning light stared down at him. One more! With whatever was left of him, Valden swung his sword once more. You have used class skill, Aura Strike. 2 hours later found Valden sitting in his room. The Naranovs had given him a room fitting for any noble. It was unnecessarily large, with a piano at one end of the room, one of the grand ones used at grand events. Like he knew how to play any instrument. He'd always told himself he would learn at least one instrument in his life, but there was always some goal or the other that took over his life and left him too occupied to learn. Too occupied to be cultured, he thought deprecatingly, before scolding himself for it. There was no reason to be ashamed of who he was or where he came from. His pristine nature that fit right in with the world of the noble wasn't something that being knighted had given him. It was something he'd always had. Playing the instrument was one and the same, a goal for himself, not for the role he'd gained and the crowd it had forced him into. It was a living disrespect to himself to lump cultured things he'd always wanted to learn for himself into the same group as the cultured things he wanted to learn because of his status. The rest of the room was adorned with portraits of natural sceneries and slain dragons, vibrant and strong. Lesser men would look upon them and feel the overwhelming urge to be more powerful, strong enough to leave behind a legacy. The carpets were beautiful, and the beddings were fit for anyone. As Valden had thought of it, unnecessary. He placed down a cup of nettle tea that had been served with his breakfast and pushed it gently aside. Rubbish, tastes like grass, he thought in annoyance. In public, it was something he could pretend to enjoy, well enough to finish 2 cups. But here, in the privacy of himself, there was no reason to suffer it. He would throw it out before the maid came for what was left of his meal. There were reputations to keep, after all. Valden poured himself a cup of water from a ceramic jug. Picking the cup up, he paused before he drank from it. His eyes settled on the jug, its ceramic craftsmanship. 8 years ago, he would have discarded it as a pointless waste of time. Now, he was different. He dropped the cup, picked the jug back up, and turned it one way, then another. It had flower prints, and the artist had done well to complement its vibrant colors perfectly. Maybe I should get one when next I return home, he thought. Melvet would love it, if she doesn't already have one. He shook the last thought from his head as he placed the jug back down and drank from the cup. It was very possible that Melvet would have already added something like this to her collection of... Valden frowned, forgetting the name of the collection of cups and jugs and trays used for serving tea. Melvet was always the one to remind him, and he was always the one to forget.
But that wasn't what was important.
What was important was that he get it on the way back, regardless of the possibility of her having it. As she always told him, it was the thought that counted. Better to return with something I don't know she has than nothing at all. Sometimes Valden wondered what type of knight he would be outside of the blood and violence if he hadn't met Melvet. His mind was still drifting back to the failures of this morning, and his inability to break into level 50 for the umpteenth time, when a knock at his door pulled him from his thoughts. Valden rose from his chair and strolled up to his door. The knock had been polite but urgent, which was saying something. His mind went to Lord Lockhart, but discarded it quickly. Lord Lockhart never came looking for him. Valden unlocked the door and opened it to the worried face of Nella. Looking down at what was a clear mix of worry and fear, he wondered what Lord Lockhart had done this time. Unwilling to be the kind of person known to jump to conclusions, he said nothing. "Lady Neranov," he greeted simply. "Sir Valden," she returned, urgency in her voice. "How may I help you this morning?" Nella fidgeted a little, clearly unsure of how to break the news to him. She reminded Valden of a child who had done something they shouldn't do, reporting back to their superiors simply because they now needed help. He reevaluated that immediately. She looked more like she'd lost something important and was reporting herself. Valden waited patiently, gave her the time she needed to tell him the obvious. Lord Lockhart was missing. He knew the day would come, considering Lord Lockhart's intentions for coming here, although he would admit to being a little offended that the young Lockhart had opted to go on his quest in search of a quest without him. When Lady Neranov spoke, she simply blurted the words out. "I can't find the princess." Valden froze. Well, he had definitely not been expecting that. Chapter 33. Humor Me. Strapped for time and the need for a calm partner, Aiden had deemed his lie necessary. As long as they got out safely in the end, he didn't think she needed the truth. Not now, at least. Still, it took a better part of 5 minutes, even after his bold lie, before Elliswood calmed down. While she promised him that she was good and ready to continue moving, Aiden opted for a rest of an extra 10 minutes. 10 minutes stretched to 15 as he gauged her. What he needed was a companion that was ready to continue on their path, not a companion that was ready to pretend to be ready until they were ready. The time Aiden had spent leading his own group in the past had taught him a lot about people and how they reacted in certain situations and how they came out of it. He had enough confidence to know when someone was faking it. 30 minutes later, as they readied themselves to leave, he knew Elliswood was still faking it. She had gotten her panicking and trembling under control, which was a good thing, but there were other things that stood beneath it all. Regardless, Aiden allowed their movement because it seemed like the only thing left to do. Waiting any longer wasn't going to help her in any way. As they wandered down the path, meandering through the cave once more, he wondered how she would take it when he eventually told her the truth, that there was only one entry and exit. Lying was rarely ever a good thing, but time had taught Aiden that sometimes it was necessary. From a boy who'd hated lies more than the devil, once upon a time. As truthful as his thoughts were, Aiden knew that the ideology had existed in a time too long ago. In a world where the greatest worry he'd had to think about was if he'd read enough to pass his next test, or if he really wanted to buy one video game or the other on its release or not. The ideology had been from a simpler time, when his life had never hung on any balance, and his worries had been of the greatest insignificance. Back then he had never believed in a necessary lie. Can't tell if I'm growing, he thought, peering around a corner before taking the turn, or if I'm just jaded. Another corpse, Elliswood pointed out as they made the turn, her voice a little too active. Aiden had already noticed it. Their interaction with the corpse was brief, quicker than was necessary in Aiden's opinion. From what they got, the lady had not been an adventurer. She had no tag on her, and nothing that identified her as such. She had most likely been a mercenary. Or from the Mage Radiance, Elliswith suggested when Aiden speculated on the mercenary idea. Aiden shook his head. The Mage Radiance weren't known for putting themselves in combat situations. Although there was a possibility that she was right. The Mage Radiance were often known to do things in secrecy, despite their agreements with whatever kingdoms they operated in. "Who are those?" he asked, simply because he could. Elliswith was quick with her frown. "A bunch of pompous assholes with sticks up their asses." Aiden paused, held back a snort. "I take it you're not a fan." Elliswith made a point to spit on the ground very loudly. "Hate is not a strong enough word to describe it." "That's interesting. The nobles don't usually hate them. They find them annoying, but they don't usually hate them." Aiden gave the corpse another quick glance before coming to a conclusion. The corpse was most likely not a Mage Radiant. "They like to think they are better than everyone," Elliswith continued. "If you want a magic class, they look at you like you're a piece of gum at the bottom of their feet. An insignificant annoyance." Aiden wasn't sure there was anything to be surprised by about that. When a society or a group was created based on the admittance of one specific demography, they either tended to develop some kind of superiority complex or some kind of inferiority complex. And when they were created by a demography already known to possess a superiority complex as individuals, there was only one likely outcome. And the demography of the Mage Radiance was in the name. Only those with the mage class stood at the top of the society. Most of the time. "So, is it a you thing or an everybody thing, or a noble thing?" he asked, as he made way for her to inspect the body. Elliswith barely went down on one knee before getting back up. "I will admit and say that some of them are actually good," she said begrudgingly. "But most of them are pieces of shit that think they're the excrement that came out of the asses of the collective gods and goddesses. Also, this one wasn't a Mage Radiant." Aiden figured. If she had been, she would have had one of their insignias. "How do you know?" he asked. Elliswith stepped around the corpse. "For starters, the quality of her clothes is too poor. You'd never catch a Mage Radiant outside their halls without high-end garments. Second, they have an insignia that they go everywhere with. She doesn't have one." They continued on their path after that, getting lost and found in intertwining pathways. As they moved, Aiden wondered why he'd gotten an optional quest to find the dead adventurers when he'd stumbled on one and not the corpse he still felt was a mercenary. Because it would be easier to identify an adventurer, he thought. There was also the fact that unless the system intended on rewarding him itself, there was no one that would reward him for finding the corpse of a mercenary. There was nowhere he could go to make the official report. Aiden and Elliswith came up on a one-way turn that led to the left. With Aiden in front, he was in charge of leading the path, a role he had been playing ever since being the one to discover the natural enchantment. Actually, it's been since leaving the estate. Rather than take the left turn, he walked up to the wall on the right and began shimmying his way through a small path that existed between it. He turned sideways and was already entering when Elliswith stopped him. "Are you trying to abandon me?" she asked, with the sleeve of his shirt pinched between her thumb and forefinger, halting him. Aiden paused to look at her. He stepped out of the crack, confused, before the thought clicked. He did his best not to look at her hips and what the curves implied, and he couldn't believe he'd so clearly forgotten. Elliswith didn't seem bothered by it in the slightest. "First of all," she said casually, "I won't fit." She gestured at her torso. "Upper body, maybe, and that's a tough maybe." She gestured at her lower body. "The rest of me, as you can clearly tell, would be a heavy no. Secondly, you're turning a bright red."
The last part she added with an impish grin. Aiden ignored the fact that he may or may not be blushing. Elliswit wasn't large, but she was larger than him in size. He looked at the crack once more, then at the natural path in front of them. Turning from side to side, he scratched at his head in frustration. Going through the path already established by the cave was leading them in circles, and it was beginning to get to him. "How about you give it a try?" he said, unsure. It was most likely his frustration speaking. "You go first."
See if you can fit. Elliswit gave him a questioning look, yet her grin never left her lips. "Are you just saying that because you want to watch me struggle through a tight space?" she asked. Aiden wasn't sure why she was teasing him right now, but he figured that it was a good thing. If she could still crack jokes, then her fears were having less of a hold on her. "Humor me, Elle," he said. Elliswit gave it a moment's thought before shrugging. "All right." Aiden stood by as she made her way to the crack, turned sideways, and began the taxing endeavor of shimmying. He kept his gaze fixed on the back of her head as she struggled through. Now that she had quite clearly pointed out the fact that she was a woman with a woman's body, staring at the back of her head just felt more comfortable. The entry was a tight fit, but she succeeded in getting through it. A few seconds later, she was popping out of the other side with a very surprised, "Oh." Aiden focused on how glad he was that she'd fit. Then he went through. "It was tight going in," Elliswit commented when he came out the other side. "Tight coming out, too." She was looking around, surveying the new area. Aiden was busy wondering why his mind couldn't abandon the sexual innuendo that may or may not have been intended by her words. Is it a teenager thing? He wondered. It had been more difficult for such things to faze him when he had been a 30-year-old man. "So what now?" Elliswit asked. "Now," Aiden replied, leading the way on their new path, "we keep walking." This new part of the cave was as much of a bust as the path on the other side of the crack. Nothing looked new, and all they could do was wander. They stumbled across two more corpses. Both were adventurers. An elderly man, probably in his 50s, with enough items on him to safely deduce that he had either a very high magical class or the actual mage class. The second was a physical power class, some kind of brute strength class, if the massive hammer lying not far from him and his armor was anything to go by. Elliswit asked for their names on each occasion and prayed for them to rest well. "What do you think the time is?" she asked after a while. Considering how long they'd been stuck in the cave, Aiden estimated that if it wasn't already afternoon, then afternoon was definitely very close. "Probably a few hours into the morning," he said, then thought better of it. "Probably afternoon." As he'd learned over the years, always tell the truth on information that could be verified. Always. That way, it was harder to be doubted when you lied about information that was hard to verify. "Look at you, lying like the devil himself." There was a small part of Aiden that felt bad about the fact that he now accepted the necessity of lies, but it was too small to bother him. In his past life, he'd gone from innocent to jaded. He wondered if in this life he would go from being jaded to being more optimistic, more good. He wasn't sure that was the word he was looking for. "I'd say it's afternoon," Elliswit said. Then her face fell in thought. "Nellie must be worried sick." At first, Aiden wasn't bothered by the concept of his own missing status. Valden was smart enough to have an idea of where he would be, so he doubted the knight would be too worried. Shit. A different thought came to him almost immediately. Valden would not be too worried about him, but the knight would be losing his mind at the fact that the princess was missing. Could this get any worse? Life, being a great fan of humor in whatever dark forms it could find, a grating sound filled the air like stone scraping violently against stone. Aiden groaned in annoyance. I just had to jinx it.
He turned to Elaswit, unsheathing his sword. "Get ready." She had her cleaver already in hand, eyes focused on the direction the sound was coming from. Her shoulders rose and fell, the result of calming breaths, and her face was fixed in seriousness. Aiden didn't like it. She was too serious, forcing herself to calmness. It meant one thing. He looked to what would confirm his suspicions, and confirmed it. I hope this isn't going to be a problem. The end of her cleaver wavered slightly. Her hold was not steady. Footsteps followed a moment after. Aiden listened for them and knew they were in greater trouble as he counted them. Out of the corner, where the sound had been coming from, 3 gargoyles stepped out, all on 4 legs with currently flightless wings protruding from their backs. Unlike the one they'd fought not too long ago, these ones stood taller than them from talons to shoulder. Grotesque faces that were one of the trademarks of gargoyles stared at them with dull yellow eyes. Aiden held up his sword in one hand, while Elaswit mumbled something like a mantra beside him. "Underbelly," she muttered.
"Where limb meets body." The end of her cleaver still wavered, but the wavering was growing into a decline. "Underbelly," she repeated. "Where limb meets body." Aiden was a little worried for her, but not for himself. Knowing how to kill a gargoyle was more than half the battle. And now that he didn't have to pretend that he didn't know how to kill them, this battle was going to be easier for him than it would have been earlier. All 5 of them stood, waiting. It would have seemed like an action of superior intelligence to anyone looking from without, but it wasn't. It was merely a base instinct all creatures are born with, a need to understand your opponent. Aiden didn't need it. Their levels stared him in the eye from above their heads. Elaswit inched forward, and Aiden inched ahead to block her path. Sudden movements would send them into a frenzy. She paused to look at him, keeping the creatures in her periphery. "What?" she whispered. Aiden turned his sword into a reverse grip, slowly. It made it easier to do what he wanted to do next. He brought his hands together and started weaving signs. Each sign was slow and systematic. You have activated class skill, Enchanted Weave. With each sign he made, he felt the mana within him move. This was how he weaved enchantments, by weaving the mana within him with each hand sign, until it took what he was beginning to define as the living form of the enchantment. He brought his fingers together in an awkward position, the weaving for the strength enchantment looking more complicated with a sword in his hand. You have activated Weave of Lesser Strength. Effect plus 21% increase in strength. Duration 000452. I'll take the one on the left, he told her, as he felt the weaving take effect. You take the right, and we'll work our way to the last one. You seem so confident, Elaswit pointed out. Aiden's lips twitched in a smile. I am. Then he spun his sword back into a normal grip and darted forward. The single move heralded the battle, and everything burst in a cacophony of motions. Aiden heard the sound of Elaswit's cleaver sing through the air as she rushed her opponent. His was already on him, closing the distance faster than his movement speed without assistance from dash. He ducked under a swinging clawed hand and allowed his momentum tumble him away along the ground. The moment he got to his feet, his body was already in motion, his arms turning, placing his sword next to him in a defensive position. The second of the three gargoyles appeared next to him almost immediately, and he grit his teeth. He'd been hoping that it would focus on Elaswit, since she had a higher level than him, but that hope was dead. It swung at him, and he was in no position to dodge. Still, he turned his body even, with his sword held beside him in defense, so that he was smacked by the paw of the gargoyle, and not the claws. The paw was almost as large as his entire torso, and the blow sent Aiden flying through the air. Aiden turned in the air,
moved himself as best he could, then braced himself for impact. He slammed into the cave wall and bounced off it. When he landed, he was glad to say it was on his feet. Health 81%. Strength enchantments affected the muscles in a way that it made them not necessarily sturdier, but harder to tear. In that way, while it made a person stronger, it didn't necessarily make them invincible. So the pain of the impact racked through Aiden, and he struggled to catch his breath. 4 minutes, he reminded himself. You've got 4 minutes. He squeezed out a greater effect of the enchantment, at the cost of its duration, and he kept his attention on whatever fight he was having, as much as he kept his attention on the time he had for the fight. Even in his past life, he had fought with enchantments, even if they were of a different form.
Time was the greatest foe and ally of every enchanter, and they kept it as close to their minds as possible.
Aiden caught movement in his periphery and rolled out of the way quickly. A gargoyle slammed into where he had been, raising dust and scattering bioluminescent moss and algae. Dust, Aiden noted as he got to his feet, his legs already dancing beneath him, pushing him into a spin that avoided a swinging arm. He swung his sword, his hands ever working, switching through order sword techniques to turn aside a blow from the gargoyle. The sound of metal against stone rang through the air as blade made a gargoyle's clawed hand, turning it aside. The paw hit the ground beside Aiden, raising more dust, and Aiden's feet carried him away from the creature. Turning the single claw aside had taken much from him. At this point, he was already considering another weaving. Everything had an enchantment limit, both humans and items. So far, Aiden knew he could take 3 weavings.
Right now, he was already considering a second. Endurance would be the right weaving to support strength. It would make him sturdier, in addition to his power. He slipped beneath another random swing, turned to the side and stepped forward. Another swing missed him right after. This was becoming a problem. He'd probably been a bit cocky. His plan had been to kill the first gargoyle quickly so he could take on the second. I didn't plan on them working together. He dived, avoiding another downward strike. Why is there so much dust, he thought, as it filled the air and his vision suffered for it. He could see nothing clearly. Was the place too dry, or were the gargoyle attacks just that strong? Aiden doubted it was the latter as he plunged into the dust. He spun his sword, deflected a blow as the second gargoyle charged into the cloud of dust. His sword turned the blow aside a little too easily, and Aiden realized it had simply been a random swing, a searching swing. Once upon a time, Zen had fought a nocturnal animal in the dark of night, and had failed to take advantage of every environmental option he had. People thought of creatures on Nastild that saw in the dark and made one simple mistake. They thought they could see regardless of any situation. They were wrong. Aiden raised his leg high. Obstruction is still obstruction. He channeled all his strength into his foot and stomped down on the ground as hard as he could. The ground shook from the impact and raised more dust. It confirmed one thing. The gargoyles weren't that powerful. This part of the cave was merely that dry. Dusty. Aiden swung his sword and tossed it upwards, out of the cloud of dust. In seconds, his fingers were already working as a plan came to life in his head. You have used class skill, Walking Canvas. He felt his mana spread out of him, reaching around him. It was almost imperceptible in the presence of the ambient mana around him, but he could feel it clearly, deeply. He finished his weaving almost at the same time. You have activated Weave of Lesser Breeze, effect. A gust of air. It was a simple enchantment. Some people even incorporated it into their temperature enchantments every now and again. It was a simple enchantment in a diverse situation, and Aiden was already weaving his next enchantment. The cloud of dust exploded around him,
It plunged Aiden and his opponents deeper into it. He heard an annoyed growl from one of the gargoyles as he shifted his position, darted a little to the side where he was arguably sure none of them were. He finished his next weaving almost immediately. You have activated Weaving of Lesser Detection effect. Awareness of everything within a limited surrounding. It was his first time using it with Enchanted Weave, so he wasn't entirely sure how it would work, but he was certain he would at least get the information of 6 feet around him with Walking Canvas active.
A burst of awareness filled his mind almost immediately, reaching farther than 6 feet as his sword hit the ground, fallen from its toss. When he'd tossed it, his initial plan had been to catch it as it landed, but like everything in his life, he'd improvised his plan, and the sword had lacked a place in the new plan. Still, Aiden knew where everything was now. He'd pooled his abilities together and created an advantage. Most people would call what he had done tricks. It didn't matter to him. Aiden darted back into the heart of the cloud where the gargoyles continued to swing in annoyance, and snatched his sword from the ground. Tricks or not, he came to a halt right in front of one of the gargoyles. It swung a stray claw, clearly suspecting his presence. With its field of view disrupted by the cloud of dust, there was very little certainty in the strike. Aiden deflected the blow, parried it with a swing of his sword so that the gargoyle's arm swung up and away. Then his attention locked on his target. He spun his sword, twirled it, then stabbed upwards. His sword slipped into the point where the gargoyle's limb met underbelly. It pierced a perfect injury, and he thrust deeper. The gargoyle let out a pained howl that drew the attention of the second gargoyle. Aiden felt the second one move more than he saw it, but kept his force. If he let go too early, the blade wouldn't pierce the gargoyle's heart. It wouldn't kill it.
You have dealt a critical blow.
He pushed deeper. The weight of the gargoyle bore down on him, aiding his strike as he waited for the next notification, and hoped. It came a moment after.
You have dealt a fatal blow. Congratulations! You have slain
Gargoyle level 27.
Congratulations! You have leveled up. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Level 18 to 21. You are now level 21. Congratulations! Prisoner number 2345023857739.
You have reached level 20. You have gained stat points. You have... Aiden discarded the notification, cleared his interface as he pulled his sword free and dived out from under the gargoyle as it fell where he had been. He had no delusion that he would have been able to bear its weight. He cleared the place, bursting out of the cloud of dust and landing on his feet. The loud thud of the fallen gargoyle heralded his victory. People might have called everything he'd done to win the fight tricks. But tricks or not, this was how he'd learned to fight. This was how those who knew what it meant to be weak fought. This is how I fight. Aiden swung his sword in an arc, ridding it of gargoyle blood as the dust settled and a single gargoyle turned to face him. Congratulations! You have reached level 20. You have gained a class skill. You have gained class skill, Unarmed Engrave You. Chapter 34. Violence is not the answer. It took almost all of Aiden to pull his attention away from his notification and stare down the gargoyle in front of him. His interface had left him with a few questions, and they came to play as he moved slowly to the side, sizing up his new single opponent. For one, Aiden had gotten a unique skill as a new skill, which was unheard of. Second, he thought he'd lost, consumed in his bid to gain a class. So why was it here, staring at him? Or at least, trying to. The gargoyle flinched forward, and Aiden jerked one way. He had almost moved completely to the side before stopping himself. That's a neat trick, Aiden thought,
realizing he'd almost fallen for a gargoyle's trick. He would have moved in response, only to find a descending claw waiting for him wherever he ended up.
"All right, big guy," Aiden muttered, one hand reaching for one of his soldier's belt's pocket. "Let's dance." He caught its yellow eyes switch to his hand, then it dived at him. It was smart. Unfortunately, it wasn't fast at it. Aiden unclipped one of the pockets, and a cube fell into his palm. He was already channeling mana into it as he dived out of the way. He hit the ground, rolled, and came up with a steady arm. The cube left his hand as he threw it and hit the ground right next to the gargoyle. The gargoyle gave it a single glance, then turned its eyes on Aiden. It hesitated, and that was all the time Aiden needed. The cube shattered. "You have used Enchantment of Lesser Gravity." The enchantment was mostly used on a worn item. When used this way, however, it simply affected the area around it. It increased the gravitational force of where it landed greatly. With the gravitational pull growing so strong, the gargoyle's legs buckled under it, and it fell to the ground. It struggled against its own weight, but its eyes never left Aiden. They were always watching as it scratched against the ground, scraping marks into it and struggling futilely. No matter how many enchantments he used on the creature, there was only ever going to be one way to stop it, and the gravity enchantment was only there to hinder it. Aiden stepped forward, menacing, hoping to terrify the creature with just the idea of his very presence. It might not be truly intelligent, but like all wild beasts, even a predator knew when it had become prey. Fear was not one to discriminate, and he hoped his very presence would imbue fear in the creature. It doesn't matter the creature, as long as it has any level of intelligence. Mind games are always an option. It was something he'd learned in the Order. He stopped mid-step as something caught his attention in his periphery. He turned against his better judgment and found Eliswit on the back foot with her own gargoyle. She was being bullied, and right now the gargoyle had managed to corner her against a wall with no escape. "Keep your attention on the time," Aiden scolded himself as he heard a low growl. Rather than move away, he brought his sword up as his head returned to his opponent a little late. He stepped inward, moving his sword to intercept an obvious strike. Sparks went flying as he redirected the gargoyle hand that came at him along the length of his blade. The moment he was too close for it to attack with anything but its jaws, he ducked beneath its lunging form. Aiden turned up on the other side, came up behind it, and found himself stuck with two options: attack it, or attack another gargoyle. He made his choice. "Which one is it?" he thought, his free hand going for his soldier belt. "You can't be forgetting shit at a time like this." His hand touched the pocket. Third to the right. His fingers unclipped it immediately as his gargoyle rallied itself and turned on him. A metal ball fell into Aiden's hand, and he threw just as the gargoyle charged at him. This was why he hated soldier belts. Well, hate was a strong word. He rallied against the gargoyle, sword swinging and turning as his metal orb landed just beneath the gargoyle Eliswit was fighting, right at its hind leg. Two strikes met his blade, and he turned them aside. A third strike staggered him as his interface flashed in front of him. "You have used Enchantment of Lesser Lightning. Effect: deal stun damage within a chosen area. Radius 0.0009 kilometers. That was exactly what he needed, Aiden realized, as he barely avoided another attack. He didn't deflect this one, choosing to evade as he felt his weave of lesser strength peter out of him. Now he needed space, so he activated a skill and hopped back, angling himself properly for distance instead of height. He felt the mana flood to his legs as his interface came alive in front of him. "You have used skill." Leap. He burst through the distance, clearing over 15 feet away from the gargoyle. When he hit the ground, he slid backwards,
hand and feet doing everything to bring himself to a halt. Aiden sheathed his sword even before he came to a stop. His eyes glanced at Eliswit momentarily. What he saw was good. She was out from where she'd been cornered against the wall and was now the one putting the gargoyle on the back foot. Aiden returned his attention to his fight as he brought his hands in front of him. Really got to master weaving with a sword, he thought with a frown. You have activated class skill, Enchanted Weave. You have used Weave of Lesser Lightning. Mana, 43%. Aiden felt faster, the effects of lightning running through him. But that wasn't the purpose of the enchantment. He reminded himself of this as he unsheathed his sword and watched the gargoyle charge him.
While his body could stack up at least 3 weavings at a time, Aiden had since learned that he couldn't spam enchantments on himself. He always needed some time for his body to rest before using a repeated enchantment. It was like using certain types of alchemical potions, apparently. It took a toll on his body, somehow. Aiden dashed forward, ran straight into the gargoyle. It took a swipe at him, and he dodged it, ducked beneath it. His body carried him faster than normal, moved him quicker. He could feel the effects of the increase in stats he'd gained, even if he hadn't checked it. Still, this was different. When he brought his sword up to block a blow from one of the gargoyle's hind legs, he was a step ahead, even of himself. There was a delay of a fraction of a second in his timing, so that when the blow finally came, he wasn't braced properly. The force of the impact staggered him a few steps back, and he swore under his breath. The weaving was making him a little too fast, and he needed to readjust to it. It wasn't just his movement that was fast, but his reaction time, too. His body worked almost as quickly as he thought of the action. There were pros to such a thing, but cons as well. Aiden repositioned his sword, took a different stance. "All right then," he muttered. "Let's go for it." He stepped forward once more, carried himself towards the gargoyle. Dash came alive easily, and he darted past the creature. With the speed of his momentum, he came to a skidding stop right behind it as it turned to face him. Aiden took a moment, timed himself. When the gargoyle swung at him again, that was when he moved. Claw met blade, and it took a little out of him to parry the strike. He stepped back once more and caught the streak of electricity that went through the gargoyle. It stunned it for what felt like a fraction of a second, but it was all the time Aiden needed. He charged forward and spun into an upward slash. He would have gone for the stab, but something told him there was too much risk involved in it. Personally, he preferred being proactive in a fight, anticipating the enemy before striking. But with Weave of Lesser Lightning going through him, being proactive was problematic. There were a lot of things he could risk, but overreaching a little too early wasn't one of them. So now he had to be reactive in a fight until the weaving ran out. And being reactive was the worst way to fight, especially when your opponent was stronger than you. Aiden's upward slash was aimed perfectly, and he cut a deep gash where the gargoyle's parried limb met its torso. Dark gray blood sprayed out from the wound, and Aiden allowed his spin carry him away from the gargoyle, adding 3 more turns to the action. The gargoyle let out a pained shriek that pierced Aiden's ear. "Fuck," Aiden swore, as he swung his sword to get rid of the blood before it hardened on his blade and became a problem. If there were no gargoyles close by, they'll be flooding here soon. Now they had to hurry. They couldn't risk wasting any more time. With lightning running through him, speeding him up faster than he needed, he held his sword down and away so that the tip painted to the ground and lowered his stance. Most of the monsters on Nestild that moved on 4 legs had weak underbellies, and Aiden was yet to see a type monster the Order didn't have a fighting style designed to kill. And he still remembered all the ones he'd learned. Aiden took a deep, calming breath and checked on his stamina. Stamina 62%. It had to be enough. 3rd Order sword technique, he muttered under his breath, and really hoped his body could handle it. First flow, rising dawn. Dash moved him, and he shot through the distance. When he came to a stop in front of the gargoyle, his arms were already moving. He twirled the sword from behind him in a flurry of movements. The first sword strike slammed into the gargoyle's leg just above its claws. The monster reacted instinctively and pulled the leg back, but Aiden wasn't done. His sword was already moving, and a second strike slammed into its knee just behind its second front leg. The gargoyle's reaction was the same. It pushed itself up with the single front leg still on the ground so that its entire torso was raised high. There was a clear opening, but Aiden didn't step into the gap for the kill. Instead, his legs carried him 2 steps closer, both hands twirling the sword between themselves so that it whistled as it cut through the air, gathering momentum. He stepped to the side, and the third strike was into the side of the gargoyle. It was a powerful blow. At least, it was meant to be. In Aiden's less than level 30 body, there was a loud clang that filled the air on impact, and the gargoyle reacted as if he was being nothing but a nuisance. The monster turned in what would have been anger on a monster with more facial expressions, and swung at him from the other side. Aiden stepped in the moment it did and struck upward. With the momentum of his attack and the force of its swing, the tip of his sword pierced into its mark easily where it was weakest. The gargoyle shrieked in pain and tried to back away from him as he withdrew his blade, his feet still moving through the footwork of the technique, and he was on its other side in the blink of an eye. He pierced a second stab wound before the creature's eyes could follow him, and drew his sword free cleanly. This one was quick, deep, and precise. The technique ended in 2 more spins, carrying Aiden away, and he came to a stop well away from the gargoyle as it dropped to the ground with a loud thud. Aiden didn't need to check to know that it was dead. He didn't even need his interface's confirmation. His interface lit up in front of him. Weak, he muttered to himself as he turned his attention elsewhere. His interface lit up in front of him with new notifications before he could focus his attention on his next and final target. You have dealt a fatal blow! Congratulations! You have slain Gargoyle, level 27. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Level 21 to 23. You are now level 23. Congratulations, prisoner number 2345023857739. You have used a flow from the Order Sword technique. You have used the first flow of the third order. You have learnt Rising Dawn. Error! 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 Error detected. Prisoner number 2345023857739 does not meet the requirement to learn this technique. You have not learnt Rising Dawn. Aiden would have laughed if he wasn't more interested in Eliswit and her survival. Then he dropped to his knee, fatigued from the sudden, massive drop in stamina. He would need a moment. Still, he had been more surprised by the appearance of the notification telling him he had learnt the technique in the first place. Every had a requirement to learn, and while he wasn't sure what the few techniques existing on Nastilit required, Aiden knew for a fact that one requirement for the orders was that he had to be level 50. So it wasn't surprising that he hadn't learned it. Also, it had taken almost 40% from his when, before his regression. The average order technique like this one only took 10% from him or less. He still had a long way to go before he was ready to be able to go around playing overpowered regressor. Regardless, overpowered regressor was exactly what he was aiming to be, and nothing was going to stop him from getting there. For now, he had to help a princess deal with... There was a loud boom where Eliswit was fighting, and Aiden turned to the sight of a cloud of dust. This wasn't how she liked fighting, Eliswit thought as she swung her cleaver straight into the side of the gargoyle. Not for the first time, the blow threw it to the side but didn't cut it. At this point, she could swap the cleaver for a cudgel and feel like she was actually doing damage. When the second gargoyle had gone after Aiden, she had been worried, but he had seemed to be handling himself well. Then she'd tried to circumvent her massive opponent over here and help him, but it seemed quite adamant on keeping her to itself. Now it was refusing to die. She was stronger than it, but it was faster than her. As a butcher, she was built for strength, not speed, which was a downside to the class. Then Aiden had gone and gotten himself trapped in a cloud of dust with two monsters that were supposed to be nocturnal and that had quite literally scared her enough to lose her focus. Then the gargoyle had gotten her on the back foot. It had been a bit of a struggle from there.
She was strong enough to push herself out from under it, but it was too fast, so that was a risk. She could make a mistake in her need to escape and end up with a claw to the side for her worries. Her issues were beginning to seem way more than they were. As the Princess of Bandiv and the daughter to her parents, she had two artifacts that she kept on her person at all times, gifted to her by them. The first was a fragment of the Mad King's bar, which her brothers also had, and the other was a piece of Tanarim's staff. According to the myth, Tanarim was a very powerful sage who had lived many civilizations ago. Apparently, he had used the staff enough times that it had become an aura-blessed artifact. Anyone that had it equipped had an extra skill added to their class skills, and 2 additional points to all stats. The skill was always an evolution of a random skill, and was always useful.
Eliswit had no issue telling Aiden about the Mad King's bar, but she definitely wasn't going to tell him about Tanarim's staff. But there was a third artifact with her, one she'd borrowed from her mom before this trip. It was designed to save her from what was supposed to be an instant-kill attack, as long as there was a reasonable chance of surviving it, as well as preserve her from dying from an injury. It was called the Healer's Greaves. She could bleed out for 2 kilometers before she would have to worry about dying. However, while a claw wound from the gargoyle, no matter how massive its claws were, would leave her with a fatal injury that the artifact could keep her alive from, the artifact would not save her from being eaten alive. So Eliswit leaned into the defensive as the monster backed her into a wall. She had half her attention on confirming that Aiden was still alive, and the other half on confirming she had no openings that the gargoyle could exploit. The gargoyle beat against her defense, clawing at the flat of her cleaver she currently used as a shield. Each strike let out a loud clang, and Eliswit knew that a lesser blade would have broken under the strikes by now. A loud thud filled the air suddenly, and Eliswit did her best to keep her attention, at least most of it, on her enemy. When she saw Aiden burst out of the cloud of dust as it was dying, she almost let out a relieved sigh, even in her situation. The last thing she needed was to be explaining to her parents how she'd stood by and watched their most resourceful summoned savior die. "Pull yourself together, Eliswit," she scolded herself the moment her back hit the wall. There was no escaping the gargoyle now. The only way out was to take a risk. She could not outpace the monster, and while she could overpower it, there was scarcely anything she could do to actually crush it. Should I change weapons? It was a good question, but also a moot one. Eliswit's cleaver was proving itself to be a disadvantage in the fight. From what she and Aiden had learnt about the monsters, she needed to pierce it just right beneath any of its front limbs to reach its heart. The problem was that a cleaver was not made for stabbing, and the 2 times she'd succeeded in striking its weak spot accurately, all Eliswit had done was cut a gash in it that bled a dark gray blood that had solidified into something strong. The second time, she had received the same end result, but with more strength. She also couldn't change weapon, because it would take a little too long to retrieve something capable of stabbing from her spatial storage. And isn't doing anything. After a few strikes, Eliswit was beginning to find a cadence in the gargoyle's strike, a pattern. It was rhythmical, but it was also fast. Now that she had it down, arguably, she could focus on taking a different kind of risk. If she could break its rhythm before trying to get away, she stood a better chance of turning the tide. Right now, though, Eliswit was experiencing something new. The horribly disgusting feeling of being overpowered by an opponent that was clearly weaker than her. She braced against one of the strikes as she continued to run through her chances of escape. It rang loud in the cave. Then she adjusted her cleaver, bracing for the next. It didn't come. What? She shut her thoughts up immediately. Thinking wasn't what she was supposed to be doing right now. Her father had always said that sometimes in a fight, you had to learn to react. You had to let your body do the thinking for you. That was what it meant to trust your own instincts. Eliswit dived away from her position, praying to the gods that she wasn't about to get herself a claw in the side. The gods answered because she hit the ground in a roll, and the only pain she felt was from the impact of hitting the ground and a poorly executed roll. She came up to her feet, sword swinging in case the monster had followed her. It did not. Her cleaver cut through the air, and she was met with the sight of lightning coursing through the gargoyle. Whatever had happened, and she strongly suspected Aiden had a hand in it, had left the gargoyle stunned long enough to escape. But the lightning was dying now. The gargoyle was moving. When it turned to her, Eliswit was ready for it, and they clashed in a flurry of sword swings and swinging claws. This time, she had it fixed firmly on the defense and wasn't going to lose the advantage. If Aiden had gotten enough freedom to help her in her situation, then she had to believe he was doing just fine. She wasn't happy to find that it bothered her that he was doing just fine when she was not.
Is it jealousy?
She thought as she ducked a vicious claw and swung an angry sword strike into the gargoyle. Eliswit felt the impact as the gargoyle's skin gave way to the sharp edge of her blade. Unfortunately, instead of lopping off the limb, her strike ultimately sent the gargoyle flying.
Oh no, you don't.
Eliswit swung her sword, activating Aura Strike. A flash of mana shot from her swing and arced through the distance. It slammed into the side of the gargoyle, and Eliswit used the skill again. The gargoyle took the blow with the top of its head, bent its head into the arc of mana. When the arc exploded on impact, the gargoyle was left standing there with its body completely riddled in cracks. A lesser beast would have been lying in pieces by now, but it seemed a gargoyle was far from a lesser beast. One thing was certain: her father needed to hear everything there was to hear about this. But there was a bigger issue at play. They still had far more gargoyles to kill. So far, they'd only run into 4. If gargoyles were giving her this kind of issue, how was she going to be helpful to Aiden when they ran into the others? It wasn't like they could just skip all the way to the final gargoyle. The gargoyle rushed Eliswit, and she swung her cleaver. The beast struck in return, and both attacks clashed. Eliswit almost laughed at the disrespect. Her attack struck the beast's limb to the side, and she still had enough power and control to slam a second attack into its side. The blow sent it flying once more. So far, she'd been fighting with finesse, which really wasn't her style, trying to kill it and not beat it down. Now, however, she was done with the finesse. She was going to face the beast the way she would face any other, with the brute strength of a butcher. "Come on, then," she goaded, stepping up to it. "Let's beat that special behavior out of you." The gargoyle took a step away from her. It confused her. "Are you scared?" she asked. Were demons with little intelligence capable of possessing fear? It would have been an interesting concept to ponder on if she wasn't faced with the fact that the end result of their cave escapade was the monster that was supposed to be more powerful than the one in front of her. Eliswit's mind was already working as she took another step forward, only for the gargoyle to back away once more. After this fight, any other fight she and Aiden come across, they would fight it together. She would beat down the opponent with insurmountable strength, and he would kill it with his precision.
Then the system would share the benefit towards leveling up between them. Chances were that Aiden was going to be getting the bulk of the leveling up, but it wasn't a problem. He was one of the saviors and was new to the world, so he needed all the levels he could get. Leveling up wasn't easy after all. But until then, she activated Dash, covered the distance between her and the gargoyle.
Reaching it, she attacked with a downward strike, cleaver held in both hands. The gargoyle darted away quickly, but its awareness was lacking. Elaswit smiled when it covered a very short distance before bumping into the wall behind it. The disorientation that came with the mistake was something Elaswit capitalized on immediately. An upward swing slammed into the beast, sending it a foot off the ground, and cracks rippling through its body, crisscrossing with the ones she had already left on it. Before it fell back to the ground, her cleaver was already swinging. With all the strength she could muster, she smacked it back into the wall. It was violence from there. Standing over it, she struck downwards and continued to attack. Each strike was aimed as close to the same spot as she could manage. Sadly, with all the strength she needed for each swing, accuracy became a foregone alternative. Still, she continued to strike, forcing down every blow as she stood over it. You have used class skill Aura Strike. Eliswit ignored the notification, even as the burst of red mana exploded in front of her. Violence, the people of Nestild always said, was not the answer. For her response to it was always the same. She was a butcher. Violence was all her class knew. You have slain Gargoyle level 31. Congratulations, you have level up. Level 38 to 39. You are now level 39. Sometimes, she sighed, looking at the notification, you just need enough violence. Chapter 35. More Organic. This was not how Valden had expected to spend his morning. He turned to let a squire walk past him. At least he thought the man was a squire. He looked like a squire, if not by class, then by title. They just tended to have some level of pompous subservience to the way they carried themselves. It was like they were fake knights that couldn't forget that they were not knights. Valden was approaching the door that led out of the mansion when Nella came running down the stairs. He turned to her, standing at the door. Anything? He asked. Yes. She looked slightly annoyed. Valden didn't like that. All right then, what have we learnt? Nella looked like she was doing her best not to pout as she approached him. They left early in the morning, maybe around 2 or 3. That didn't surprise Valden. Whenever you wanted to leave a place with the least amount of eyes knowing you've left, you did so in the middle of the night. I was able to get my hands on the guards that were on night duty, and that's what I found out, she continued. Apparently, Lord Lackhart was dressed fashionably enough, with a sword at his waist. And the princess? Valden asked. She was dressed for an adventure, with her cleaver. Nella frowned. Who goes adventuring in the middle of the night? And from what I got, it sounded like they'd planned it. Valden doubted it. Aiden wasn't one to plan things with people. He liked to do things on his own. If the princess was with him, then it meant she had somehow cornered him and joined him on his adventure. Again, Valden wondered why Aiden had not taken him along. I've been pulling my hair out trying to figure out where they could have gone, Nella groaned in frustration. But I've got nothing. Did Lord Lackhart say anything? Valden's gaze went to Nella's hair. It was perfectly braided, not a strand out of place. She met his eyes, noticed where their attention was, and cleared her throat. Figuratively speaking. Valden nodded. It wasn't like he hadn't figured that out. So? Nella pressed. Any ideas? Valden wasn't sure how Aiden would react to what he was about to do. But this situation wasn't a normal one. If only Aiden was missing, he would have kept his silence and made his way for him.
but the princess was missing as well.
While he had all the authority to deny Nella any information he had, it would still remain suspect.
I have an idea, he said, slightly unsure. Nella nodded in relief. Good, good. It's just an idea, but it's better than what I've got. Nothing. I've got nothing. Just give me a moment, and I'll round up a few gods. She turned to go, but Valden stopped her. No gods, he said. Nella paused and looked back at him, her brows furrowed in confusion. Why? Because gods aren't what we need where we're going. But we need the numbers. We need people to spread out, gather information. Your idea would be a starting point we can branch out from. Valden shook his head slowly. No gods. You don't want rumors spreading that the princess came to the Naranov Manor just to sneak out and get lost, do you? Soldiers talk. Nella paused, and Valden knew she was considering it. They were nobles whose response would be somewhere along the lines of insisting that their soldiers would do no such thing.
Not because they were disciplined, but because they would tell them not to, and no soldier would dare be disobedient. Nella didn't strike Valden as such a noble who would reject the assistance of knights and soldiers to go off adventuring with adventurers scarcely struck him as stupid. Nella was still thinking. Is your idea of where they are not good? She asked after a while. Would it get her in trouble? Not slightly concerned about Aiden, he thought. Not that he blamed her. Still, Valden shook his head. Nothing of the kind. It would just be best if the princess was not the subject of gossip. Nella nodded. Do you think the both of us will be enough? Valden placed a gentle hand on the pommel of his sword at his waist. Get your bow and falchions, and we will suffice, I think. What of other adventurers? Nella asked. I trust the ones in my party. That was a nice thing to say, but while Nella trusted the adventurers in her party, Valden did not. Regardless of his level of trust in strangers, he couldn't not allow her do something she would be comfortable with. How do you intend on contacting them? He asked. If we don't have to go pick them up, then contact only the one you trust the most. The less people, the better. Nella nodded. The action was reluctant, but it was certain. That was good. Now Valden had to go scold Aiden for not talking the princess out of following him. As for the person he was now 100% certain was spying on him, he would deal with her when all this was sorted. You've got to be kidding me, Nella snapped. Valden ignored her tone as they rode their japats down the road at an unreasonable speed. Valden had mastered the japat riding skill all the way to perfect mastery, so his speed of riding didn't matter. Unless someone was actively trying to get in his way, he could navigate a town while riding a japat at its max speed. Nella's annoyance was justified. And while it did not justify how she had just spoken to someone with a station that existed above hers, he was willing to forgive it. Why the hell would they go to the cave? She continued, as they turned a corner that would lead them to the outskirts of the Naranov territory. Because Lord Lockhart took interest in it after hearing about it from you, he lied. Then why did the young lord come to my father's territory? Nella asked, still doing a poor job of containing her annoyance. Who even is he? A bastard son of some noble. Miss me with that bullshit. My father and I already know that little information is completely false. Valden grit his teeth, reminded himself that she had a reason to be angry. Understand this, child, he said, intentionally disrespectful. You speak to your superior. I understand your anger, but you will cease your continued disrespect, or I will leave you tied up in some safe place and deal with this on my own. Nella opened her mouth, ready to say a few things quickly and without control. It took only a brief moment, but Valden's honesty in his words must have reflected on his face, because she closed her mouth almost immediately. Either she realized that his words were not a threat, and he had the power to carry them out, or it was something else.
Valden didn't mind which one it was. Once upon a time, he would have been able to ignore any level of insult and disrespect dished to him. Not anymore. Sometimes he wondered if it was growth or simply change. Growth was change in a positive light, while change could be positive or negative. Since becoming a Knight of the Crown, there had been far less he'd been willing to tolerate. He tolerated more than his peers, but he tolerated less than he used to. Power and authority change a man.
It wasn't until they were properly in the outskirts, and Nella had led them off the road and into a sea of trees, that she spoke again. "What's her relationship with him?" she asked, her voice solemn. They were no longer pushing the Japats as fast as was reasonable, and had now slowed them into a simple trot as they navigated their way around the trees, so her voice carried well enough. "Who?" Valden asked. "The princess," she answered. "I saw the way they spoke to each other during that dinner with my father. They seemed familiar with each other. At least, he seemed familiar with her. What is their relationship?" Valden wondered if Nella would believe that the princess was the one that had been initiating conversations with Aiden for a while now. He doubted it. "Would you believe me if I told you that ever since I learned of Lord Lockhарт's existence, he has never met the princess?" he said. "He has seen her, but hasn't had a meeting with her." "You're telling me that level of familiarity comes from traveling together on a single trip?" Nella eased her Japat in a different direction and patted its long neck affectionately. Valden followed. "I don't know if you would call it a trip. We met at the teleportation center from the royal capital to the one here, then rode to your estate." "You're right, it's not even a trip." Nella's grip on her reins tightened. "So how are they so close?" Valden wasn't sure if it was worry or jealousy he was hearing in her voice. What he did know, however, was that it really wasn't his business. As long as Nella did not try to cause Aiden harm in her displeasure, everything would be fine. And if she does, he asked himself. Silence was the answer that met him. If there was a scale of importance, he would place a potential savior of the world over the daughter of a noble. But that didn't make it right. And while he agreed with the concept of human importance not being equal, he couldn't say his real dilemma was simply because Aiden was of the importance given to him. The main reason was because he knew Aiden. He had spent time with the boy, watched him grow, had been a part of that growth. Aiden showed it very rarely, and Valden would not be caught saying it any time soon, but he was of the opinion that they had become friends at some point, between him almost killing Aiden with an aura strike, and Aiden and the princess making fun of him in the carriage on their way here. Valden had known it from the moment they had come out of the teleportation to the Naranov territory, and he'd turned to Aiden to find him dying. If he stood in Nella's way, it wouldn't just be because Aiden was potentially important to Nastild. Nella led them until they got to a point where the ground beneath them began to go from purely grassy to a mix of grass and rocks. "I still think it was stupid of him to want to come here," Nella muttered. "And for Eliswit to come with him. What was she thinking?" Valden had no idea. His mind was more focused on how impressive Aiden's information reach was. Then again, there was a lot a person could accomplish with enough money. And Valden knew how much the palace gave each of the summoned savior each day. It was unreasonably exorbitant. According to what he'd heard, the king only gave them so much because he was atoning for having dragged them from their world, which for some reason he continued to believe was peaceful, and into a world that could cost them their life. And every day they got half the weekly pay of a knight. Exorbitant. The few people who knew this much about the financial budget had speculated on how the summoned would use their funds. And while there were a lot of speculations, not all the summoned had ended up using the funds the way people had expected. Most of the summoned had used their funds for different reasons, some spending on things that weren't necessary. One of the girls turned out to be especially nice, tipping the maids quite generously any chance she got. In that way, she had garnered a level of respect and love from them, and they bent over backwards to serve her.
But if the king's plans for them was anything like they suspected, it made no sense that he had given them their funds so early. With the tasks put before them in the future, the summoned would need far more gold than they could imagine. There would be times when they would have little to no access to the kingdom's funds, times when they would find themselves with no other resource but themselves. If the king gave them these funds when those times arrived, then they would have the resources to make whatever purchases they needed, regardless of the prices. They would spend their funds before they were released into the world, and that worried Valden largely.
And while he suspected that Aiden always spent far too much money, he couldn't help the fact that it didn't worry him. The young lord was clearly keeping secrets, but Valden was almost certain that one of the main expenses that Aiden was incurring was the purchase of information. There were people who set up a career as information brokers who found information, and as long as you had the money to pay, they had the information to give. Obviously, these brokers varied in their reputations and their abilities. The better they were, the higher their prices. Valden's mind went to the piece of paper Ded had gotten for Aiden as he pulled his japat to a halt beside Nella's. There had been names on the piece of paper, and some of those names had been struck out. Valden assumed those were people. The question was, what kind of people were they? And what business did Aiden have with them? How did he know them? And the fact that they all had only a single name meant that none of them was of noble blood in any way. It begged more questions as Valden dismounted. How had Aiden even learnt of them? He definitely hadn't stayed long enough on the Steeld to know people. And Valden already knew the people Aiden had ended up adventuring with on his short goblin adventure with Ded. What are the chances that they are acquaintances of those adventurers? "We'll wait at the entrance here," Nella said, dismounting from her jepat. "Ventil should be here shortly." Valden recognized the name. Ventil was the adventurer she liked, the one her father had made fun of her with at the dinner. He wondered if Nella trusted the man because he was trustworthy, or if she trusted him because she liked him. After a moment, he came to the conclusion that it didn't matter, as his mind shifted back to the names on Aiden's list. Who they were. Why they were struck out. At this point, he had concluded that he would have to find a way to speak to the adventurers Aiden had worked with.
There was always a possibility that he was simply helping them find people. If that was the case, the Aiden Valden knew wouldn't be helping them from the kindness of his heart. He just couldn't see Aiden doing it. They waited impatiently for another half an hour before a tall man arrived on a jepat. He had a nicely packed hair, short enough for a tiny bun at the back. He had gray hair and fair skin, tanned from time under the sun. His eyes were soft when they landed on Nella. He looked at her like a man that cared, but Valden also saw that slight touch of sorrow behind them. He knew that look. He had seen it a lot in Melvit's eyes long ago. The man in front of him was a man who had dreams, but didn't think he was worthy of reaching out to them. Valden had seen great men lose so much for it, for thinking they were not worthy.
He had thought Aiden had somehow fallen into that category. That was why he had made sure to inform the boy that anybody could be a knight, that anybody was deserving. After all, if the Demon King rose and they succeeded in ridding the world of him, what would the summoned do if they could not return home? They each needed a livelihood of some kind, and while they could be adventurers or mercenaries, being a knight would always be a better career path. But after a brief exchange with Aiden, he'd realized that even though Aiden did not think he was worthy of becoming a knight, it wasn't because he thought himself less than a knight. It was simply because he did not want to be a knight. And that was something Valden could not fault. When their companion brought his japat to a stop, his eyes landed on Valden. His brows furrowed slightly in discomfort, then a frown touched his lips as he took Valden in. Gauging if I'm competition, Valden thought, doing his best not to laugh at the absurdity. Then the adventurer's eyes settled on his sword, and his eyes turned downcast. He definitely needs more confidence if he's going to be hanging around nobles, Valden thought. Today he was wearing casual clothes, and while they were made of quality materials, they made him look like any simple adventurer out on a stroll. With his hair held back in a simple knot, keeping stray strands from his face, the only thing that truly identified Valden as being of any repute was his sword. It was a crafted work of art that no one could mistake for belonging to a simple adventurer or some aspiring commoner. Ventel got down from his japat and walked up to them. Valden got up from the large stone he was sitting on and dusted his pants. Beside him, Nella got to her feet as well. She noticed the look on Ventel's face and frowned. "What's wrong?" she asked, hurrying to him. Valden shook his head. There was no way Ventel did not know that she liked him. Not knowing would make him a special kind of fool. Ventel caught Nella by the shoulders, fixing her in place. He gave her a warm smile, assuring, and said, "Nothing's wrong. I'm just wondering why the others aren't coming." Nella gave him a sheepish smile. "It's a bit of a delicate situation." "Delicate, huh?" Ventel looked at Valden and gestured at him with a nod. "And him? Is he a delicate part of this?" Nella looked back at Valden, and Valden saw a flurry of uncertain emotions go through her face. The poor girl was overcomplicating things. Choosing to save her from her dilemma, whatever it was, so that they could move forward with finding the princess, he stepped forward. Ventel released Nella's shoulder and stepped around her so that he could approach him. When they met, Ventel was the first to offer his hand. "Ventel," he greeted.
I occasionally go adventuring with the Lady of Naranov."
Valden took Ventel's hand in his and shook it once. "You may call me Dan." Ventel's eyes moved momentarily to Valden's sword, before coming back to Valden's eyes. He was clearly waiting for Valden to add his family name. There was scarcely a noble who introduced themselves without adding their family name. "It's good to meet you," Valden said, moving the conversation along. "And the only reason I am with the lady today is because there seems to be an issue, and my skills have been employed for reasons as well as my ability to keep my mouth shut." Ventel's worried expression fell away almost immediately. Valden almost laughed. Surprisingly, it was a breath of fresh air to be caught up in the middle of all this youthful love. Melvit would have so much fun listening to this story. Valden released Ventel's hand as Nella came to stand beside them. Ventel turned his head to look at her. "His ability to keep his mouth shut," he asked.
"And what is the other reason?"
Nella shrugged. "He has the detect skill. Drunid has the detect skill. And he's over level 40. That silenced Ventel for a moment, and Valden watched the man's demeanor change. It wasn't fear, but respect. The kind a person had for a superior. "Oh," Ventel muttered. Valden said nothing to that. Instead, he turned to Nella and asked, "Will you brief him, or should I?" Ventel looked between the both of them in slight confusion. "Brief me." Nella said nothing. She worried her bottom lip between her teeth. Ventel's confusion only seemed to grow. "What's going on, Nella?" Nella briefed Ventel on the situation as they ventured into the cave. Their walk was slow, as if they were not in a hurry. Valden couldn't help but notice how Nella and Ventel's steps were in perfect sync. Whether she was matching the adventurer's steps or the adventurer was matching hers was something he couldn't tell. If he didn't have more important things to worry about, he would have tried something to help confirm it. "Now you're being childish," he scolded himself. A month ago, the thought of trying to find out such a piece of information in such a situation would never have crossed his mind. It begged the question of if the littlest traces of Aiden's youthful exuberance were getting to him. Melvit had always said he was a little too serious with life. Sometimes she complained that he only smiled when they were alone. She'd have a field day if she finds out about Aiden. The thoughts trailed off in his head when he made a sound that drew Nella and Ventel's attention. The cave was getting darker now. the rays of light from the entrance finally vanishing behind them. It ensured that there wasn't much they could see of his facial expression. Regardless, the words that came out of Nella's mouth assured him that they didn't need to see much of anything on this topic.
"Did you just chuckle?"
she asked, surprised. Veldin cleared his throat audibly, pausing again as he wondered what purpose the action was supposed to serve. In the end, he shook his head and said, "We should hurry." He almost hurried ahead of them, before remembering that they were the ones who knew the cave, and not him. Forced to keep pace with them, he kept a placid face as Nella continued to update Ventel on their situation. Note to self, Veldin thought. Keep Melvet away from Lord Lockhart. Well, color me worried. Aidan stared down at the gargoyle corpse, or what was left of it. Beside him, Elliswit's breaths were heavy, each one puffing out hot air. He looked from her and back to the gargoyle corpse. She'd broken the thing in half, and each part of it was riddled with so many cracks, he wondered if it would just crumble to dust if he touched it. Well, he muttered to no one in particular, let it never be said that there is only one way to kill a gargoyle. Some of us are just built different, I guess. Elliswit tucked a loose strand of hair out of her eye and behind her ear. Where there's a will, there's a way. Aidan almost scoffed. There was definitely more than just a will at work here. How many % increase did this give your skills? He asked, out of genuine curiosity. Elliswit shrugged. A few. Aidan cocked a brow at her. There were a lot of etiquettes surrounding questions regarding skills and levels and titles. Most of them simply said that it was rude to ask. But this question did not fall under any of them. This was a simple enough question. Thus, her response meant she really didn't know. I take it you haven't checked, he said. Most people were more than eager to check on things like this. It was not every day that someone that was not at least 20 levels higher than a gargoyle killed it with brute force. I'm not really a fan of checking my percentages, Elliswit said after a moment. Aidan's eyes darted to one end of the pathway as she spoke. I'm the kind of person that just leaves them to grow as they wish, Elliswit continued. I find that I work better that way. My growth feels more organic as compared to checking on the percentage every 2 fights. Every fight, Aidan muttered to himself, self-deprecating. In his past life, he checked his skills and stats and everything any chance he got. His heart always leapt for joy any time he saw even a fraction of a percentage increase. Aidan remembered not to blame himself for how eager he had always been to see his numbers go up. Back then, his growth had been extremely slow. He was level 21 right now. It had taken him around 3 months, maybe 4, to get here in his past life. But here he was, just over a month in. How did I even survive for so long? All right then, he said to Elliswit. I know I got a few levels, though, so I guess it's not all a bust. Elliswit chuckled. I'd call you a liar if you told me you didn't get any level. Aidan shrugged. He could understand that. Well, he kicked a stray rock, a piece of the broken gargoyle. We've made a lot of noise putting these 3 down, so I say we best get out of here while we can. Elliswit was already nodding as she moved her cleaver behind her, strapping it back in place. But first, Aidan pulled up his interface to the notification he had ignored. Congratulations, prisoner number 2345023857339. You have reached level 20. You have gained stat points. You have gained 8 unallocated stat points. Your existing stats have gained additional points. Dexterity 6 to 12, Agility 5 to 7, Mana 7 to 12, Speed 8 to 11, Perception 6 to 8, Strength 3 to 6, Dexterity 12, Agility 7, Mana 12, Speed 11, Perception 8, Strength 6. You have 8 unallocated stat points. Would you like to use unallocated stat points? The way the interfaces on Nestilled worked, stats only took effect every 10 levels. How it had been explained to him was that his body gathered his growth until he'd accumulated enough mana until he was overflowing with it. Then his body consumed it. In simpler words, it was like compressing mana until you couldn't compress it anymore. Then the body released it to every facet of itself. It was why skills were gained every 10 levels, and stat increases took effect every 10 levels. The excess mana that was not completely absorbed became unallocated stat points. Aiden's current stats didn't really surprise him. The largest growth had been in dexterity, which was to be expected when he considered the fact that his class skill depended heavily on dexterity to use. Eliswit turned her attention from side to side. "Which way?" she asked, after a while.
Aiden had no idea, but he pointed in the direction they'd initially come from.
"There was a turn we intentionally ignored back there. I say we check it out." "Shouldn't we be going straight?" she asked. "Since we ran into more monsters, I'd guess we're going the right way. And any other monster in front of us will be completely aware of us now."
Aiden chose the affirmative on his interface, and the allocation options appeared.
"The last thing we want is to face monsters that have the time required to prepare for us."
Elaswit tapped a thoughtful finger against her cheek before nodding.
"You've got a good point."
With that, she turned and headed down the path they'd come from. Aiden followed behind her, allocating his points as he saw fit. As unbalanced as it seemed, he needed all the dexterity he could get. The higher the dexterity, the faster his weaving time.
And the faster I can get the enchantments going.
So he put 3 points into dexterity.
Strength had basically designated itself as his weakest stat, which came as no surprise. Even before he'd ever come to Nestilled, he'd never really been one for strength. It wasn't that he was some weakling, he was simply average. He could play any basic sport for recreational purposes, and that was that. For now, he allowed strength sit where it was and put 2 points into mana. His class was mana-intensive after all, with each weaving costing more mana than using an enchanted item. 1 point went into agility, and a single point went into perception. When he was done, his stats came alive in front of him. Dexterity 15, agility 8, mana 14, speed 12, perception 9, strength 6. Definitely won't be breaking any boulders with my bare hands anytime soon. With that settled, he pulled up his life details. Health 79%, mana 40%, stamina 21%. Aiden winced at the figures as he and Elaswit took a turn and onto a new pathway. The numbers were terrible. Now he had to consciously remind himself to stop fighting like an enchanter with levels in the 200s and start fighting like one that hadn't even scraped the heel of level 50. If not, he was going to get himself killed in a fight. His interface would alert him to when he was at critical levels in his life stats. Still, he needed to keep his attention on it. In his past life, the battle he just had wouldn't have shaved up to 20% from his mana. It's tough being weak. Reaching into one of the pockets of his soldier belt, he retrieved 2 vials. Eliswit gave him a look as he drank from them one after the other. "I see it took a lot out of you," she said. Aiden nodded. "Too much." Her brows furrowed. "I don't see one for health." "I don't need it yet, so there's no need." He checked the stats again. Life, health, 79%. Stamina, 91%. Mana, 83%. They were not perfect numbers, but they were good numbers. It was always his policy to use partial recoveries until he absolutely needed to use full recovery potions. If he was lucky, his mana and stamina would fill themselves back up by the time they had to kill something again. "I see," Eliswit said, though he doubted she saw anything. "But since I have your attention, I have a suggestion to make." Aiden nodded, tossing the vials over his shoulders.
Elliswood's eyes followed them until they clattered on the ground without breaking. Potion vials didn't break so easily, and she said nothing on that. Instead, she pushed forward. I think we should have a more in-depth conversation about strategies. Aiden didn't think they needed one as in-depth as she was implying, but he did agree that they needed one. What do you have in mind? Well, for any strategy to work, Elliswood said, a little hesitant, the parties involved need to know what each other is capable of. Aiden raised a brow.
Which means I have to allow you see my personal details, and you have to allow me see yours. Elliswood nodded. Aiden definitely had an answer to that. Name: Aiden Lockhart. Species: human. Age: 19. Class: Weaver level 23. Class skill: Enchanted Weave, Mastery 20.56%. Walking Canvas, Mastery 11.00%. Unarmed Engrave, Mastery 3.00%. Locked, Mastery 0.00%, U. Affiliation: Kingdom of Bandiv. Title: Goblin Slayer, Defier, Protector, Stone Guard. Skill: Tongue of the Visitor, Mastery 100%. Basic Swordsmanship, Mastery 73.43%. Unarmed Combat, Mastery 53.00%. Resilience, Mastery 98.54%. Mana Manipulation, Mastery 25.09%. Basic Enchant, Mastery 45.24%. Dagger Wield, Mastery 19.33%. Quiet Movement, Mastery 89.00%. Light Steps, Mastery 99.99%. Detect, Mastery 14.03%. Leap, Mastery 02.01%. Stats: Dexterity 15, Agility 8, Mana 14, Speed 12, Perception 9, Strength 6. Life: Health 79%, Stamina 91%, Mana 83%. Chapter 36. The Right Thing. The air echoed with the chaotic sound of footfalls, each possessing of its own cadence. Aiden and Elliswood ran at full sprint in a desperate need to escape their pursuers. Aiden couldn't believe he'd been caught in such a situation, babysitting a princess, so to speak. He ran, knowing very well that he was fleeing. Beside him, Elliswood was a fast equal, her legs moving twice as fast as his, yet keeping in touch with his speed. "Left!" she called out. Aiden's eyes took notice of the cave and the turns in front of them. Their path divulged. One turned left while the other turned right. Aiden had been calling the shots since discovering the natural enchantment, but when you were fleeing almost certain death, anyone could lead, especially when no one had an actual map of the place. Aiden skid to a quick halt, a drifting man. With all the momentum accrued from running at full speed, he failed to stop himself on time. It mattered very little, as his shoulder bumped into the cavernous wall with enough force to almost knock the wind out of his lungs. He capitalized on it, ignored the pain as the wall broke the speed of his sprint. Then he darted left. How Elliswood did it was not something he took notice of, but she had survived the sharp turn to the left as he had. Perhaps better than he had. "There's a turn up ahead," she called to him as they continued running. Aiden swore in his mind, cussed at himself. He'd made a stupid mistake, and it was backfiring terribly. Not entirely your fault, he tried to console himself as he sprinted, his stamina ticking down very slowly. As a man with a class, He could jog for almost forever, but at a full sprint, the stamina stat worked a little differently. "How are there so many of them?" Eliswit asked as they drew closer to the next turn. Aiden wasn't entirely sure how to answer her question. Personally, he thought it wasn't really a bright question. If what he remembered of their quests was correct, they were to kill almost 50 gargoyles combined. He didn't get how she could be so hung up on the fact that they'd run into 10 gargoyles at once. The more important question, Aiden thought as he turned down the road, was why he had allowed Eliswood follow him in the first place. What were you going to do? Tie her up and stash her in the forest somewhere? He would be lying if he said the thought hadn't crossed his mind at the time, but there had been too many issues with that line of thought that he hadn't even cared to give it any kind of attention. For starters, he couldn't knock her out, not while they had been in the manor. At the door, with the guards, she had de-escalated what had seemed like a volatile situation. If he had stood against her there, then there would have been no silence of any form to his departure from the manor. In fact, he would probably have never left the building. He clearly couldn't put her down anywhere between the manor and the stables, because there were watchful eyes. The Japat ride all the way to the gate was also a no-brainer as well. If he had done any wrong thing during each period, he would have been public enemy number 1. The friendship of the Naranov men wasn't something he was looking for, but he wasn't stupid enough to actively seek out their enmity, especially when it would be justified on their part. As for ditching her outside the estate, that too had been a no-brainer. She no doubt had the Japat riding skill, so he couldn't outrun or outmaneuver her. No amount of human skill outclassed a system skill. He would not have outridden her even if his life depended on it. As for putting her down and stashing her away, that would have been significantly stupid. Why? Because she was a princess. No, she was quite literally the princess. And as easily as Bandiv was a peaceful kingdom, in the same way it had its problems. Just as easily as someone could find the princess lying helpless on the ground and help her as a loyal subject, someone could find the princess lying on the ground and do her harm as a disloyal subject. A bad person, or one of different rebel groups that lived in the grand delusion of being able to topple the monarchy for one reason or the other. Lastly, even if for some stroke of stupidity Aiden hadn't considered any of the pros or cons to this, there was the final glaring fact that he hadn't been anywhere near as strong as her as at the time they'd left the estate. With skills and artifacts and God knew what other trinket she had on her person, she was more likely to knock him out than achieve anything of sufficient effect. Besides, this was meant to be an investigative outing, he groaned. Right! Aiden raised his head at Eliswit's voice, eyes darted ahead and to the right. They'd come to another turning point, where the path headed forward, right, and left. At times like this, Aiden was definitely not going to argue. Behind him, he could hear the chaotic footfalls of their pursuers, and was beginning to worry that losing them was going to be impossible. He and Eliswit were quite comfortably caught in a state of being able to run, but not being able to hide. The problem was that at their current speed, they would eventually run low on stamina, and he didn't remember gargoyles ever having an issue of stamina. What they needed was to be significantly faster. Truthfully, if not for how narrow the path was, the gargoyles would have caught up to them ages ago. The width allowed only 2 gargoyles run side by side, which left the other gargoyles running at the pace of whichever ones were in front. We need to buy more time, Aiden thought, as the parts drew closer. So when Eliswit ran faster, he slowed his pace. Eliswit turned to look back at him, flabbergasted. "What are you doing?" Aiden said nothing. Personally, he'd never been a fan of explaining what he was doing in the heat of the moment, unless he had the time. And they definitely didn't have the time. He placed a finger on the wall and started drawing. You have used class skill, Unarmed Engrave. The wall glowed a soft blue, revealing a very quick enchantment. And while he would have loved to make it a more complex one with a more complex effect, Aiden didn't have the time. The heavy footfalls of their chasers were already too close. So he concluded his rune, slapped on an activation delay, and darted off. Barely 3 seconds away from the engraving, he reached for one of his soldier's belt's pockets and retrieved 2 items. One was a short length of thick rope, as thick as 2 thumbs and as long as his middle finger. The other was a simple cube. Channeling mana into them, he tossed them into the fray. Then he was gone. He caught a glimpse of a gargoyle face before he darted right, as Eliswit had commanded. His exit was followed by a loud pop, so low he wouldn't have heard it if he wasn't listening for it. In fact, he half thought the sound was imagined. The pop was followed by a loud boom that shook the ground beneath his feet. A hand snapped out to grab him by the wrist, pulling him to the side. Aiden reacted to it on reflex. He twisted, turned his body at the waist so that his hand went high, and he ducked beneath the other person's hand. He was almost free of the hold when he was tugged violently. Elaswit's strength as butcher overrode his reflexive skill, and Aiden was tugged to the side. She was already running, and Aiden automatically followed after her. "What the hell was that?" she asked, head darting from side to side, obviously seeking out their next turn. "We need to hide," was all the answer Aiden had to give. "Will that slow them down?" she returned, saying nothing of the fact that she hadn't answered him. "Let's hope." He had cast an enchantment of Lesser Lightning, using delayed it by a few seconds, before adding an enchantment of Lesser Methane, finished off with an enchantment of Lesser Flame. The electricity would stun the gargoyles ahead of the pack once they stepped into its reach, and the explosion would ground them for a while. Hopefully. The enchantment of Lesser Methane would actually read as why, he had no idea. All enchantments of gases on Nastild read as enchantments of gas. It didn't matter what gas it was. The only differences were air, breeze, wind, and smoke. Then there were the more volatile enchantments like hurricanes, which stood out very much. Regardless, any enchantment of gas was gas that had no business being in the human body, and Nastild had a lot of those. He suspected they had all the same gases Earth had, and a few too extra with more magical properties. There were some that propelled and didn't affect the air around them. When ignited, they ignited alone, without affecting the air around them. They still left an area of heat in their path, though. Most armies inculcated them in their ranged attacks in one way or the other. Another loud bang exploded in the distance, shaking the ground once more. Aiden did his best not to think about it. Among the possible reasons for it was something other than his enchantments happening, and he wasn't ready to think about that. 5 minutes and 4 turns later, Aiden and Eliswit were rested against a wall, catching their breaths. Aiden watched the slow trickle of his stamina out of the corner of his eye. The escape had run him ragged. A full sprint for almost 30 minutes would have been complete madness without a class. As a simple human, it was the impossible as far as he was concerned. But they had done it. Not for the first time. Aiden wondered if it was a good thing that life stats on Nastilo worked in percentages instead of actual figures. So far, the only disadvantage to percentages was that you couldn't tell your growth without actually testing it. Eliswit's breaths were coming heavier. She was failing to pace her breathing properly, though Aiden wasn't sure failing was the proper term. Maybe it was safer to say that she didn't have as good a control over such things as he did. This is a mess. Here he was, panting and breathing heavily. He was stronger. He could feel it. Stronger than he'd been when he'd stepped into the cave. His body knew he was stronger, but his mind, it was still stuck comparing himself to his past. Aiden shook his head, dispelling the thought. You're beginning to sound like a broken record complaining about being weak. But he was weak. He looked at Eliswit and found she had all but caught her breath. She was staring at him now, a displeased look in her eyes. Aiden knew the look, the reason for it, but he was in no mood to address it right now. Instead, he pulled up his interface, moved his attention to his scenario. Advent of the Demon King 1. You have found the first known point of invasion of the Demon King into this world. The young followers, eager to make a name for themselves, have found their way into this world ahead of time. They are paving the way, raising an army. Vanquish the early signs of the Demon King's arrival before it is too late. Scenario objective: defeat Gargoyle 818. Scenario objective: defeat Gangnar the Starter 01. Reward: unique skill. Optional quest: kind adventurer. You have found an unfortunate adventurer, dead in his quest for greater heights. Identify dead adventurers and inform the Adventure Society of their passing so that their families may have closure. Quest objective: collect adventure tags 11. Reward: Adventure Society designated. How far has your quest gone? He asked Elaswit, dismissing his notifications. Elaswit's displeasure dipped her face into a frown. It still wasn't anger Aiden was seeing on her face. The displeasure seemed born of something akin to confusion. It could have easily been something else, but Aiden was sure that it wasn't anger. Why did you say no? Elaswit's voice was confused, her soft tone worried. Aiden stood to his full height and stretched, not that he needed it. Does it really matter? The look in her eyes told him that it did. She had asked to be a more trustworthy party, to put all their cards on the table and show each other their skills and levels so that they could create a better strategy, and he'd said no. Elaswit had been flabbergasted then, and she was flabbergasted now. I don't see what the problem was, she continued. It would have made everything better. If I'd known you could withstand far more damage than your level implied, I wouldn't have had to step away from the gargoyle to save you. Aiden did his best not to inform her that she hadn't actually saved him. And that cost us, she pointed out. I had to use a potion because of that. Aiden almost shook his head. Was she listening to what she was saying? In a more established party, where the bond was strong enough for each member to consider themselves friends, there was arguably nothing wrong with her words. In fact, they could even be mistaken for banter. But they were practically strangers, and she'd just told him that she would have rather allowed him take the pain than use a potion. Powerful as she was in comparison to him, she was still young. It was a solid plan. Elaswit ran a hand through her hair, let out a frustrated breath. She looked frustrated with herself, that she couldn't convince me to trust her, or whatever plan the Queen set her to do has become something she can't complete. What do you do when your teammate just won't see reason? She muttered to herself. More words followed after that, but they came out as mumbled gibberish, like a student trying to remember steps in a book they'd read. Maybe if they muttered enough gibberish, their brain would stumble on the correct piece of information, like some kind of muscle memory. Considering the lack of footfalls in the distance, maybe they did have the time. The time for what? Aiden almost scoffed at his own thought. He didn't owe the princess anything. How she felt was hers to deal with. But he also couldn't just leave her to wander around the cave on her own, because that was the best option for him if she couldn't get her head in the game. She's still a kid. The thought changed very little. She was still young, and perhaps it was normal to have her thoughts all over the place in this kind of situation. But Aiden could not risk his life on it. If he entered a battle with the named gargoyle and her head wasn't 100%, somebody could very well die for reasons that could have been avoided. And as much as he would have liked to tell himself that he would go with her and leave her to face the boss alone, this wasn't some video game where this was a dungeon and there was a boss room. Some places in Nastild were like that, but he couldn't very well count on that here. For all he knew, they could suddenly stumble upon the named gargoyle, and it would decide to keep the princess in its sight. What did he do then? And he very well couldn't leave her wandering around on her own. That was just going to be an entirely new kind of problem. It wasn't like they had some kind of map that marked where the named gargoyle even was. Aiden ran a hand through his hair. "Do you even know why?" Eliswit asked. The question sounded rhetorical. Aiden let out a resigned breath. He wasn't good with women. Understanding women wasn't his forte. So there was only one way he knew how to address this, the way you would address an adventurer. Let's just rip the Band-Aid off and hope for the best. Aiden looked Eliswit straight in the eye and answered, "I know why." Eliswit paused, surprised, as if she hadn't expected the answer. But she schooled herself almost immediately, cleared her surprise, and took up a mature visage. "Then why?" she asked. "The simple truth." Aiden folded his arms over his chest and stood straight. "I don't trust you that much." Eliswit's jaw dropped. "What the actual fuck?" Her hands tightened into fists, and Aiden unfolded his arms. Maybe ripping the Band-Aid right off wasn't the way to go. Aiden almost scoffed at himself. You think Eliswit's attention moved to his unfolded arms? Then she took a calming breath. It took her a moment, but her fists unclenched. "I'm not going to hit you, Lord Lichart," she said. To Aiden, she sounded like a child who'd stopped themselves from doing something simply because it was pointed out, and now they were saying that they weren't going to do it. "I didn't say you were," he replied with a shrug. "You look like you think I am, though." With a sigh, Aiden folded his arms. "So, are we good now?" Eliswit shook her head immediately. "No." Aiden grit his teeth. It was all he could do not to groan. "Why? I need to know why you don't trust me." "I haven't been here very long, but there are parties that don't know everything about each other. In my world, even married couples were known to not know everything about each other." "This is different." "Because it's a life and death situation?" "Yes." Eliswit nodded emphatically. "We quite literally depend on each other not to die." "Then you could have just suggested that I tell you what I'm capable of, and you tell me what you're capable of. That sounds like a simpler request." Eliswit opened her mouth, but nothing came out. It hung open a little longer before she closed it. "I was stupid," she said finally. "For that, I apologize." Aiden couldn't say he had been expecting that, which led him to believe she was playing an angle, trying a different approach. "You look surprised," she added. "I don't see what's so surprising about this. I made a mistake which happened because of me. If someone asked me to tell them what I was capable of, I would keep some things out. I certainly wouldn't tell them everything. And since the interface doesn't hide anything, showing someone your interface is the greatest form of trust. It quite literally eliminates the possibility of doubt." Now Aiden really wanted to know what her mother wanted her to get out of him. Was she simply trying to figure out what he was capable of? "Would you really be surprised?" he asked himself. Ever since his arrival on the throne room floor, he'd been abnormal. He displayed skills none of his peers possessed. He'd been a certain level of audacious. He'd displayed a level of knowledge he wasn't supposed to possess. He'd been abnormal, and most of it had been from his inability to completely control himself. Clearly, no one would sit down and think he was from the future because no one came from the future. It simply wasn't reasonable. Even time spells that turned back time were viewed as controversial in some way. The school of thought on the time spell and enchantments that worked together to create a time chamber in the order was that it didn't turn back time, but projected the future, collective or not, to a nigh-perfect calculation. So you didn't come back in time. Your brain merely had an experience of a nigh-perfectly accurate prediction of the future. A normal person wouldn't think he was from the future. And someone who believed that time magic was actually capable of sending people back in time wouldn't be inclined to believe that someone who was just summoned from another world would possibly be from the future. But someone accustomed to suspicions and schemes would believe I was suspicious, and either scheming or a part of someone's scheme. The more Aiden's mind explained the scenarios, the more he understood why the Order had never sent him on any spy missions where he had to assume an identity. Zen always did say he couldn't keep a lie to save his life. It seemed it was time he stopped worrying about the future and how many things his actions could possibly change, disrupting his knowledge of the progression of events, and just take advantage of the things he knew his actions couldn't change. "Are you listening to me?" Eliswit asked, pricking his line of thought. Aiden wasn't. He nodded, regardless.
"So the interface will show everything," she continued. "I'm sure the teachers at the palace must have covered that. So, what do you say?" "It's a lot to take in," Aiden said. "I need to give it some thought." "Sure." Eliswit looked to the left, then the right. "I'm sure we have the time." Sarcasm wasn't present in her voice, but Aiden wasn't really listening. His mind was busy recalculating his plans. If the Queen had her eyes on him due to one suspicion or the other, it was only a matter of time before he got into trouble, which meant he couldn't remain in the palace much longer anymore. The moment they returned, Eliswit would make her report, and he doubted there was anything in it that would endear him to the Queen. "So what are we doing?" The first part of the answer was simple. He would still follow everyone to the town of cannibals, but the Library of Living Truth was going to be a problem. All he needed to do now was gather all the money he'd saved from staying in the palace and make his way out of the kingdom. The only thing that would delay his plan was waiting for his information broker to get dead the location of the remaining names on his list. New plan, he thought, happy that he could make one quite easily. Talk Ted into running with me and get a few trusted mercenaries. There weren't that many, but he knew a thing or two about a few strong mercenaries who kept to their contract and couldn't be bought off. Once he got his hands on enough of them from beyond the kingdom's reach, he would go for the Crystal of Existence in the ruined city of Onvoth. Then it's Nosrath's heart. Even as the words crossed Aiden's mind, he felt himself shiver. But for Nosrath, he would definitely need to be over level 50 at least. "That's a lot of thinking," Eliswit said. "I know I said we have time, but we don't have all the time in the world. So, what do you say?" Aiden looked up. "And the interface hides nothing." Eliswit nodded. Aiden nodded back. "Then my answer's still no. If meeting your father and his advisor has taught me anything, Princess, it's to always keep my cards as close to my chest as possible." He dusted his pants randomly. When his eyes returned to Eliswit's, he found that her disbelief had returned. So he waited, and waited, and waited, and... "Will it make sense if you explain it?" she asked. "Will you even be able to explain it?" Aiden sighed. Lie after lie after lie. "You all seem to have forgotten something," he said, turning to walk down the road. Eliswit followed. "A month ago, I was a boy living a simple life in a simple world doing simple things. It might not have been the best, but it was a world I knew, with people I knew. I don't act like the others, but I still came from the same place. Drawn here by forces beyond me, without a say in the matter." He stopped, turned so that he could look Eliswit in the eye. "I do not hate you people, because I know this is the effect of your gods, and not you. A decision they have made to save you. We have religion in my world, and what your gods have done is something I believe ours would, for our sake. But while I don't hate you, would you really expect me to trust you without question?" He took a step towards her, and she took a step back. "Do you expect me to be all loving and accepting?" Tension filled the air as they stood there, staring at each other.
Aiden needed to admit that while this was all a ruse, he had allowed deep-seethed anger and hate from 11 years of betrayal pour out into his words. The hate was deeper than he'd expected, so deep he could almost taste it. As for his sense of sound, it was picking up something else from ahead of them, something close enough to turn the corner very soon. Aiden ignored it, kept his eyes on Eliswit. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a slight tremor in her hand. He was scaring her. The sound was also drawing closer. Faint scratches on the ground. Countless, in the way you would describe too many things moving at once.
And you said nothing, Eliswit stammered. All this while, you said nothing.
Because there has been no one to say it to. Aiden's hand moved gently to his belt. He doubted Eliswit even noticed it. And there still isn't.
But you acted like you were fine.
I was fine. His eyes looked away from her, darted to the corner and back. I still am. Lashing out at you guys is unfair and unjustified. In my world, it is called a transfer of aggression. My beef is with your gods, not you people. You people need to be saved, and my friends and I will do everything in our power to save you. With his words said, he took a single step away from her.
Why?
She stuttered, genuine curiosity in her voice. Aiden shrugged, retrieved an orb from his soldier belt's pocket, channeled mana into it, and threw it down the path. Because it's the right thing to do. His sword sang free from its scabbard, and his finger moved in a quick motion at the end of it. All the point he'd put into dexterity was really effective. In moments, he was already done casting.
You have used class skill Unarmed Engrave. You have used Enchantment of Lesser Gas. You have used Enchantment of Lesser Flame. The creatures he'd been listening to turned the corner just in time, small and many, like a lot of chihuahuas running at them, if chihuahuas had ugly faces and talons with short, stubby wings on their backs. The item he'd thrown burst into life, leaving a perfect shimmering dome. As the creatures charged into the dome, they crashed to the ground as if they'd lost function of their limbs. You have activated Enchantment of Lesser Madness. Eliswit staggered back in shock, her flight or fight response in a moment of suspended battle, for which one would win. But Aiden was already moving into action. Swinging his sword, he scraped its tip along the ground. Gas spilled from the enchantment, shot out in a straight line towards the crashing creatures, and the flames trailed behind it, igniting every single one as rushed forth. Aiden didn't give it any time. He didn't wait to see or stop to think. Sheathing his sword was a foregone alternative. Turning, he grabbed Eliswit's arm and ran in the opposite direction. Run! Eliswit did not struggle. They fled in the company of rising notifications. Congratulations! You have slain Gargoyle level 12. Congratulations! You have slain Gargoyle level 11. Congratulations! You have slain Gargoyle level 5. Congratulations! You have slain Gargoyle level 13. Congratulations! You have slain Gargoyle level 9. Congratulations! You have slain Gargoyle level 10. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Level 26 to 28. You are now level 28. Unique scenario. Advent of the Demon King 1. You have found the first known point of invasion of the Demon King into this world. The young followers, eager to make a name for themselves, have found their way into this world ahead of time. They are paving the way, raising an army. Vanquish the early signs of the Demon King's arrival before it is too late. Scenario objective. Defeat Gargoyle 1418. Scenario objective. Defeat Gangnar the Starter 01. Reward, unique skill. Chapter 37. Stupid. She'd messed up. There were no mathematical calculations to it, no way to wiggle out of this one with some loophole or debatable argument.
Elaswit Brandis had messed up. Mom's going to kill me. Still, regardless of how certain of her mess-up she was, she continued to believe she had done everything in her power. Her failure wasn't as a result of some mistake or the other. At least, she didn't think so. Her failure was as a result of her skills. Skills her mother was more than aware of. So it isn't really my fault, she thought as her cleaver slammed into the head of a gargoyle. She was practically asking a fish to build a nest in a tree. The gargoyle crashed to the ground in front of her. She stepped to the side easily, allowed it skid past her. But it wasn't down. The fight wasn't over. Twisting her hips at just the right angle, she switched her footing, channeled the force from her feet to her hips to her swing, just as she had been taught as a child, long before she'd gained her class. When her side swing landed, it was loud and powerful. Her cleaver slammed into the ass of the gargoyle, sending it skidding along farther, and she followed after it. Elaswit really had to find a way to salvage her failure. And yet, she didn't believe that there was one. Some failures were just inevitable, and you had to learn to accept them. Since her strong exchange of words with Aiden, she refused to call it an argument. They had said very little to each other. They had also come across a few more gargoyles. If she succeeded in this fight, this would be the 8th gargoyle she would be defeating with nothing but brute strength. The sense of achievement and satisfaction that came with it was something she could not repress. There was no better feeling to sticking to your way of doing things and succeeding even against all the odds. It was a reaffirmation that while your way wasn't the right way, it was a right way. She doubled her strength as she caught up to the gargoyle, refusing it any chance to get its bearings back. Standing over it, she brought her sword down with a powerful swing and an activated skill. You have used class skill, Aura Strike. An arc of red mana blasted out of her weapon, slamming into the gargoyle's neck before her cleaver doubled down on the attack. When it made impact, it boomed like the sound of a breaking boulder. Congratulations! You have slain Gargoyle level 29. She wiped a forearm over her brow. It came away wet, and she frowned at it. She couldn't remember the last time she'd been on any kind of expedition that had strained her as much as this one was straining her. It wasn't as if she didn't know why, though. On most of her expeditions, her stamina and mana rarely ever fell below 50%, and on the few occasions that it did, there was always a potion ready to do the work. She still had more than enough potions in her storage space in this moment, but she wasn't using them. Why? Because she was being stubborn. Aiden used his very sparingly, and she didn't want to be the spoilt and fragile princess that used a potion at the slightest inconvenience. Looking up from the notification of her victory, she turned to find Aiden standing and waiting for her. Just as killing the gargoyles was now becoming a simple task for her, it had also become a simple task for the young lord. The only difference between the both of them was that while she slayed them in her own way, he slayed them the right way. So for the 2 gargoyles that lay dead by her cleaver around her, Aiden had 4 scattered around him. And I don't even think he broke a sweat. Currently, Aiden stood casually, staring at the air in front of him. His face was pinched in contemplation. Whatever he was looking at seemed like it was important. "Level up?" Elaswit asked, walking up to him. Aiden shook his head. "No," he said, still not looking up at her. "I believe I've come into the law of diminishing return." Law of diminishing return? Aiden shook his head as if dispelling a thought. Then he looked at her. "Not really the law of diminishing return. That means something different. I'm just not growing anymore." Elaswit understood what he was saying. There were only so many levels you could get from killing a specific type of monster before there were no more benefits to be had. If killing a goblin of 3 levels higher gave you a level increase, the next goblin wouldn't always do the same, even if it was 3 levels higher. "It's not really surprising," she told him. "We've been killing gargoyles all day. I think the strongest one we've fought was a level 32. Haven't fought anything in the 30s, Aiden pointed out. Elliswit shrugged. Well, I have. What I'm trying to say is that at this point I'd be surprised if we level up again before meeting the named gargoyle. Aiden grunted. It seemed he still wasn't willing to have conversations with her beyond conversations he deemed necessary. As annoying as it was, Elliswit wasn't willing to give up. What I'm saying is that if you slay a level 13 enemy at level 10 and you gain 1 level, slaying a level 14 enemy at level 11 will not grant you a level increase.
At least not all the time. It's not guaranteed. Aiden shrugged. Then you just have to slay 2 level 14 enemies. He swung his sword in an arc, ridding it of blood that wasn't there, before sheathing it in its scabbard at his hip. Unlike hers that never got to be stained with blood because of how she fought, his was always stained in the tar-like blood of the gargoyles as a result of all the stabbing he had to do. He was new to this world, enigmatic as compared to his companions, and willing to go through all this stress without any complaint. Elliswit didn't think she'd ever known any 19-year-old who was like that. She didn't belittle those of the age, but even the most hardcore 19-year-old she had ever met in her life would have complained at least once, frowned and muttered something of the stress under their breath, groaned in the annoyance of having to do what they were doing at least once. Aiden had done no such thing,
and he was practically 1 month old in Nestild. It continued to reinforce her belief that his world wasn't as peaceful as she and her family had been led to believe. If it was, then he hadn't been in the peaceful part of the world. We should find the swarm, Aiden said suddenly, pulling Elliswit from her thoughts. She looked at him like he was crazy. Why? You should have completed your scenario by now. Aiden shook his head. Not yet. Still have the named gargoyle to deal with. He didn't even ask how she knew that he'd completed his objective of killing a specific number of gargoyles. It pained Elliswit to admit that she'd actually pointed it out just to show off the fact that she had been paying attention. So far, she'd felt slightly useless since they'd entered the cave. Aiden had been the one to lead them around its maze-like interior until they'd found Nella. He'd been the one to somehow conceal them when her hyperventilation would have gotten them caught. He'd been the one to discover the natural array and unlock this part of the cave. Navigating the new part of the cave had been his accomplishment as well. What had she done so far? Nothing. Yes, she fought off the occasional gargoyle. The sword he was currently using had come from her, and she was also often bait in a fight. By often, she meant very little. You've been useful, she found herself thinking. But how true was that? A butcher's usefulness was in playing a more active role. They were at the front of the fight, not killing 2 gargoyles while a weaver killed 3 or 4. Princess, Elliswit pulled herself from her self-pity for a moment. Yes, Lord Lockhart. She didn't even have the heart to call him by his given name anymore, or tease him about calling her by her name, which he had started calling her at some point. So much progress lost in one argument. She had never felt so small. The fact that it was in the face of what was supposed to be a person with a weaker class and a weaker level did nothing to help matters. Aiden looked at her quietly. His eyes studied her face, picking at her expression. Then he shrugged, as if he couldn't come to a conclusion. We should find the swarm, so that we can help you meet your quota. And now he's worrying about me, Elliswit groaned internally. Could this day get any worse? She'd always complained about how the knights always pampered her whenever she went on expeditions, and had been looking forward to this outing when she'd found out about it. So she had paid Venice and a night maid to keep their eyes on Aiden and alert her of when he was acting out of the ordinary. It would have given her the excuse to spend more time alone with him, fulfilling her mother's request in the process.
and the experience of an expedition alone with someone weaker than her. She had always wanted to feel the true weight of an adventure.
Unlike Nella, she was a princess. It was unbecoming of her to join an actual adventuring party. This won't do. Again, Eliswit was drawn from her thoughts. She raised her head, mouth opening to ask what wouldn't do, when she came face to face with Aiden. She started back with a barely concealed yelp. Putting a distance of 2 steps between them, she caught her breath. He had been close. Too close. Their noses had almost touched when she'd raised her head. "You are too caught up in yourself, princess." Aiden's voice didn't waver. There was no blush on his skin. He spoke as if he was telling her that the cave walls were wet again. It reminded her that all her attempts to throw him off balance or get him to trust her had technically been thrown out the window. She'd played the princess that needed the attention of her subject when they'd met in the carriage, and had gotten nothing for her troubles. Then she'd gone the extra mile of playing the friendly tease, united in a mutual fun of causing Valden discomfort. That, too, hadn't gotten her very far. Then he'd called her love, and she'd thought she'd gotten her in. It hadn't taken her long to realize that she'd been wrong. Now he was the one startling her, the one with the power. She rubbed her temple with thumb and forefinger, massaging the wrinkles she could feel growing there. Mum should have sent Derenet. He was the one who knew how to be a deceptive snake. Aiden's sigh drew her attention as he moved to sit on the ground, back resting against the wall. He unstrapped the scabbard from his soldier's belt and placed it gently on his laps, a finger trailing gently over the surface of the scabbard. "I believe we should take a rest," he said. "We've been running around since we got into the cave, and I'm sure evening should be close enough." Elaswit did not disagree, but she did not move to sit with him. She disagreed with the rest, but agreed with the time of the day outside. With the illuminated cave walls, it was impossible to tell what exactly the time of day was, so they were going by a vague estimate. And if it was evening, it meant one simple thing. She let out a sigh. "Do you think they're looking for us?"
Aiden did the most surprising thing she'd seen him do since entering the cave. He laughed. "Think," he shook his head, now chuckling. "I assure you, Valden is sharpening a wooden sword right now to stab me with." "He wouldn't do that," Eliswit said. "Would he? I'm surprised he hasn't found the natural enchantment and torn it down." Aiden looked up, a small, fond smile on his lips. "He's probably on the other side wondering how he'll explain this to your father." Eliswit found herself fidgeting. Maybe she hadn't thought this thing through. Aiden was bringing it to her understanding that she had caused more trouble than she'd thought.
Now she was beginning to feel like a spoilt princess, the very kind of prince she thought Derenet was. Spoilt and uncaring of others. Elaswit ran a hand through her hair. "How had I not thought of this?" "But he'll be fine as long as we get back," Aiden said. The smile never left his face. "For now, let's give him a sufficient enough heart attack." Elaswit wasn't sure how to feel about that. On one hand, it was nice to see Aiden smile. It was also nice to know that he saw Valden as more than just a stuck-up knight. On the other hand, his complete lack of awareness to the gravity of their situation was worrying. Then Aiden frowned to himself, as if he'd just caught himself doing something that he wasn't supposed to. It was like watching a young child realize that they were beginning to like someone that they hated, or someone discovering that they'd strayed away from an initial plan. Whatever it was, Elaswit refused to delay any longer. Unless Aiden needed to rest, there was no reason to wait. The longer they waited, the more time they wasted. The more time they wasted, the more worried they made everyone. She was not going to be that kind of princess. "We should keep moving," she said, drawing Aiden's attention to her. He gave her a skeptical look, assessed her like a man pays attention to a child. She stood there as hazel eyes, now green under the light of the cave, watched her.
"Are you sure?" he asked, finally, voice steady. Elaswood nodded. "The more we wait, the more worried they become." Aiden cocked his head to the side. He looked confused. No. Elaswood discarded the thought. Confused wasn't the word she was looking for. Surprised was a better description. He looked surprised. Why? A moment after, Aiden pulled his bottom lip with the thumb and forefinger of his left hand. He made a sound, dragged the sound a little, then stopped. He released his lip and took a moment to frown at his hand before getting up.
"All right, then," he said, holding his sword, currently sheathed, in his hand. "We can hurry it up, but on one condition."
"What's that?"
"You take a stamina potion, a mana potion, and a health potion." Elaswood knew that she needed 2 of the 3 potions, but it was unreasonable of him to be the one suggesting it to her. His coat that he was wearing was torn in different places. It wasn't so terrible, but it told a tale of fighting creatures he had no place fighting. His skin was bare beneath it, while some of his injuries remained visible. His face is untouched, though, Elaswood thought. She didn't know if she was supposed to be impressed or not. He had fought and taken injuries and had somehow made sure to keep his face protected. Regardless, Aiden Lechart looked like a right mess. Elaswood cocked a brow at him. "Really?" Aiden met her gaze, then looked down at himself. His face crinkled at the sight he was met with before he let out a sigh. "I look worse than I am." He raised one side of the coat with an annoyed look. He seemed more annoyed at the state of the coat than the state of himself. "Regardless," he continued, "I'm not the one sweating and taking a while to catch a breath. Take the potions and we can continue on our way." "He's definitely meaner than he was," Elaswood noted. "I shouldn't have pushed with the interface thing, especially since she'd been lying about it. The interface would have shown everything she was capable of, but all she'd had to do was unequip her artifacts, and her interface wouldn't have shown them. Obviously, she would have kept the artifact she'd already told him about equipped. That she had lied, and had a feeling he'd caught her, made his current behavior all the more justified. There was no point being stubborn about taking a potion. After all, she had more than enough. So she held her hand out in front of her, palm up. The familiar refraction of light, like staring at shards of mirrors reflecting light, glistened in front of her. Before long, she had 4 vials in her hand. Like the first time she'd used her special storage in front of him, Aiden didn't look impressed. She held out her hand to him. "I'll have some if you'll have some." Though she doubted it, there was a part of her that felt he would simply refuse her offer, shake his head, or make some excuse or the other. Most men she knew rarely ever wanted to look weak around women, and the ones who didn't care for it would rather drink from their own vial. Aiden walked up to her and picked up one of the vials. Its content was blue. His eyes went from the vial in his hand to another on her hand. This one was red. If Valden and the tutors in the palace had taught him well, then he would be aware of customized potions. The red vial was a mana potion, customized to her mana. It meant her recovery would be twice as fast as taking any generic potion. Saying nothing, Aiden uncorked the vial in his hand. "Full recovery?" he asked. Elaswood nodded. Most people used partial recovery potions only because they were cheaper. The average adventurer used a partial recovery and a full recovery, keeping the full recovery for important breaks or when their health was too low. As a princess, she'd never needed a partial recovery potion. Elaswood and her brother kept full recovery and customized full recovery portions. The former was used the way the average adventurer used a partial recovery, and the latter was used the way they used a full recovery. Aiden chuckled lightheartedly. "Of course it is." He drank the potion without any other delay, emptied the vial simply. Then he moved to throw the empty vial over his shoulder, stopping only a moment before it left his hand.
Sparing her a questioning look, he asked, "Do you need this?" "Yes, please." In truth, she didn't need it at all.
But considering the fact that the few times she'd seen him use a potion, he'd thrown the vials away, she wanted to know how he would react to her needing it.
"Fair."
Aiden placed the empty vial back in her hand and took another one. The vial he picked was one of 2 with yellow liquid, a stamina potion. He downed it without question and replaced it in her hands.
"Your turn,"
he told her. Eliswit moved the vials to her free hand and downed each potion. When she was done, she returned the empty vials to her storage space in a fracturing of lights. She never threw her empty vials away, not because they had some important use or another. Her reason was something simpler. Eliswit simply hated littering of any kind. It was just who she was. She would throw it out at a designated bin or return it to the palace apothecary.
"All right, then."
Aiden stretched easily, side to side.
"Are we completing your quest or ending my scenario?"
The answer was easy.
Scenarios are generally more important than quests of any kind, she told him. Besides, once we conclude the scenario, we can always come back with more people and complete my quest. Last time I checked, once you get a unique quest, it stays until it no longer exists.
Aiden turned and started walking down the path.
"I guess you could always come back, if that's the case."
Eliswit turned to follow him, but paused.
"You're not coming."
"What's that?" Aiden stopped, looked back at her.
"You aren't going to come back with me?"
Eliswit was confused. Hunting here was supposed to be doing Aiden good. He had to know that.
"If we rest up, we can come back and clear the remaining gargoyles out. It will help with your levels."
Aiden gave it some thought before shaking his head.
"My level's high enough, and I don't want my way of fighting to get biased."
"If I fight only gargoyles for too long, I might end up developing some biased fighting styles from fighting with too many gargoyles." Eliswit knew a lie when she heard one. What he'd said wasn't wrong. Even when training her, tutors had always told never to be caught in a bias. The trick was to fight different opponents. So what Aiden was saying wasn't wrong. But she knew when she was being told a lie. Aiden didn't want to come back with her. It didn't matter if coming back helped his level or gave him some extra time with a princess. Eliswit didn't think of herself as the most beautiful girl she knew. Sometimes Nella felt prettier than she was. But she definitely knew that she was pretty. Did even the idea of spending some extra time with a beautiful lady not even appeal to him? What was with his single-minded focus? It made too little sense to her. She wasn't saying her beauty was so grand that it should inspire him to throw himself into danger, but something had to work towards motivating him. Or did he really not want to spend any more time with her? "You're thinking too much again," Aiden said to her. "It's really not that deep." "Not that deep?" Aiden looked at her as if he didn't understand the question. "It means you don't have to think too much about it. It means that what I said means what I said." Eliswit definitely didn't believe him. "Now," Aiden returned his attention to the path in front of him. "Named gargoyle or the other gargoyles? Which one?" Eliswit had to learn to give up. Her mother always had a way of teaching her and her brothers lessons in a roundabout way. Maybe this entire thing hadn't been about succeeding. Maybe Mother wants me to experience failure. The gods knew it had been forever since she'd experienced any real failure, if she was being honest. And her father had always said that constant successes tended to lead people into arrogance. Only the truly experienced got enough success and didn't end up falling to their own hubris. It was like the time girls had fawned over Darrenet, and he had started to think he was on top of the world. Their mother had said nothing on the matter, played the unknowing parent. Then she'd given him a task, told him of a simple peasant girl she needed to get something done, but didn't know how to go about doing it. Darrenet had pointed out that she was the queen,
A command would suffice. Their mother had said that it wasn't that easy, so she'd sent Darren it eventually. In his confidence, Elliswitt's brother had spent an entire month failing in spectacular ways. Meeting a girl who did not want to cater to his needs, please him, or be impressed by Darrenet the boy or Darrenet the prince had done much to beat down his ego. Even now, Darrenet often found himself speculating on the possibility that their mother had intended on using the peasant girl to teach him humility. Other times, he speculated on the possibility that their mother had paid the girl to refuse him. For Elaswit, it had been a hilarious event to witness, and strong-arming the poor girl wouldn't have helped. If their parents had even heard a whisper of any of them oppressing a subject, a lot of things would have gone wrong for them. So perhaps this was her failure to experience. Elaswit really hoped it was. "I'm not sure what's going on," Aiden said, looking at her as if there was a problem. "But you've been out of it for a while now. You keep spacing out as if you're elsewhere. Is it going to be a problem?" Elaswit shook her head. "No, I'm fine." "Are you certain?" Aiden's brows furrowed in worry. "If you need to rest, we can rest. We might not have all the time, but I'm sure we have some time." "I'm good," she said. "I promise." Aiden waited a moment. "All right," he said finally. "Then back to my question. The swarm or the named gargoyle?" "How exactly are we going to decide? It's not like we have some map leading us to either of them." For the first time in a very long time, someone gave her a specific look she hadn't gotten since she was 14. Aiden looked at her as if she was stupid. It lasted for only a heartbeat, short enough to show that it had been a moment of surprise at the answer and a short lack of control over his facial expression. But she had seen it. For a moment, Lord Aiden Lockhart had thought she was stupid. "We make our way back to where we ran into them," Aiden said with the straightest face. "We get whatever signs we can find, and track them from there. Maybe 10 of them died from my attack, but there were definitely more than 10. Elliswit continued to stare, unsure of how to feel about what had just happened. "I'm sure killing off the swarm will take care of your quota," Aiden continued. "If we find their tracks, we stand a chance of finding them and getting you your unique skill. Or we could go about our normal way until we find the named gargoyle." "There," Elliswit noted. Aiden's voice was holding a very neutral tone, but it had stumbled slightly between two sentences. "He knows what he did. He knows that I know what he did." Elliswit fought the petty frown that wanted to touch her lips. She refused to have lesser control of her facial expressions than Aiden, so she stood straight, adjusted her posture, and walked up to him as regally as she could. When she was standing beside him, she stopped. "Let us get the named gargoyle," she said, affecting what Nella often called her royal tone. "Once this scenario has been settled, and our return to the manor has been concluded, I will return. Taking care of my unique quest is an issue for me to handle. Now, shall we be on our way?" Aiden opened his mouth to say something, but she did not give him the time. Elliswit walked on, leading, knowing that he would follow. On her face was the most embarrassed yet annoyed frown she'd ever carried in a long time. If there was one thing adventuring with Aiden had taught her, it was that a princess, not yet of the age of 25, was not mature. She too would find a moment to make Aiden look stupid. When that time came, she would give him the same look with all the grace and aplomb of the daughter of Brandis. Elliswit had never felt pettier. For now, they had a named gargoyle to find. Chapter 38. Just apologize. Not for the first time today, a frown played with Valden's lips. "Where the hell are you, Aiden?" He had searched the entire cave, its worthless, crisscrossing labyrinth and annoyingly dark parts. And he'd done it twice. At this point,
Nella and Ventel had already started playing devil's advocate, and they were playing it well. It was like having two demons on your shoulders instead of an angel and a demon.
"I don't think they came this way," Ventel was saying. He sat tiredly on one of the only two boulders large enough to be sat on comfortably.
"There were two Japats," Nella said with very little conviction. "Dan said he found them on our way here." Valden had seen two Japats, but he hadn't given them too much thought. He'd known that Aiden would be at the cave, so he hadn't cared to give them any real examination. Even informing Nella of the Japats had been nothing but an offhand comment. Something he'd simply fit into a conversation. Right now, Valden was growing more worried. Aiden and the princess weren't out there somewhere having any kind of fun or adventuring on a different path. He was sure of it. Very little was known to him about Princess Eliswit, except for what the knights knew in general. And what the knights knew in general were few and far between. She was strong, brute force being her normal way to solving problems. She did what she could to de-escalate any situation, but that was usually because it was the right thing to do, and not because it was what she wanted to do. If put behind a large boulder with scrambling spiders on the other side of it, a sufficient amount, she was more inclined to charge them with sword swinging than go around them. A disrespectful or annoying companion was more likely to be sent out of the party than convinced as to why they shouldn't be annoying or disrespectful. Again, she would engage them with words, but only because giving a person a chance was the right thing to do, not because she felt it was the better option. This piece of information mostly came from the knights who accompanied her on the few expeditions she went on. Princess Eliswit Brandis was more like her father than her mother. The older knights, those who had fought alongside the king before he descended the throne, said the king had been that way back then. Only when he'd taken the crown had he started suffering himself under the weight of diplomacy. Before the crown had weighed down on Brandis's head, he had been a prince who led by example and not words. He married before he became a king, and had learned much in the way of veiled meanings and manipulative actions from his wife. It wasn't that he had been a brute of brawn and no brain. Intelligence of the mind was something he had also possessed. But he used it sparingly, rarely, and he'd always needed to think, to pause before implementing it. The Queen had only taught him to the point that his use of words and his intelligence first now came more naturally. Still, with all the knowledge, Valden couldn't say a single thing about the princess with even half his confidence. But Aiden was a man he knew, and by the gods he would stake his title as a knight, not as a knight of the crown, he wasn't willing to go that far, that Aiden was within this cave.
"We just have to find out which part of the cave."
Valden turned, a little frustrated. "Did we miss anything?" "No." Nella ran two frustrated hands through her hair. "We've investigated every inch of this cave multiple times. There isn't a part of this cave we don't know or haven't been to." Valden's frustration grew. Ventel and Nella had led him through the entire cave twice already. At some point, he had started getting the gnawing feeling that they just kept missing Aiden and the princess. It was possible in a cave this maze-like. "There's still the wall," Ventel offered. Valden paused. The wall. He was currently standing in a miniature meadow with a high, open ceiling from which sunlight streamed in beautifully to dance beautifully on a small pond at the center. The effect was a sparkling of light, as if the water was made of finely polished fragments of mirrors. The grass was perfectly green, healthy, and the air made you want to breathe more just so that you could remind your lungs of what clean air smelt like. Personally, he hated this part of the cave. It was too out of place. Then there was the wall. It wasn't the first time Ventel was pointing it out, but it would be the first time Valden would be paying it any attention. He wanted to be sure about the easier part of the cave before giving any attention to the cryptic aspect of it. "I guess we've gotten nothing else."
With that thought, he turned and walked up to the wall in question. It was a deep gray, with shades of black rising all the way to the open ceiling. At the bottom, it was covered in shrubbery, thick and green, as high as his knees. From beneath it stretched a single line of cracks that spread out into multiple cracks. It would have stood out as odd if this entire part of the cave didn't already stand out as odd. It left him confused as to why it was so big a deal. Was there maybe some hollow space behind it they had noticed somehow? Had they tried to break it, only to find it extremely sturdy? Valden rapped his knuckle against it. If there was something hollow behind it, he couldn't tell from the action. "So what about the wall makes it so special?" he asked, studying it. Nella shrugged. "Place your palm on it." Valden did so. The wall was cold to the touch, not unnecessarily so, acceptably so. It was also, "You do not meet the requirements to use this feature." Valden's brows furrowed in confusion. His eyes narrowed at the notification his interface was showing him. What feature? He took his hand off the wall tentatively. Then he put it back. "You do not meet the requirements to use this feature." Looking at the others, he found their attention on him. They were far from surprised at his confusion. "Do we know what the requirement is?" he asked. The both of them shook their heads. "One of our party members thinks it's probably a skill," Ventil said. "But it could really be anything, from a title to a class to even possessing an artifact." "Drinid thought it might be something like a key or a spell," Nella said, looking up at Ventil where he stood beside her. "I told him that I didn't think that was it." She had an adoring look in her eyes, very similar to the one Valden had often seen the Queen give the King. He really hoped Lord Naranoff knew that his daughter was completely far gone, smitten by the adventurer in front of him. Discarding the thought for the unimportant thought that it was, Valden returned his attention to the wall and placed his palm on it. "You do not meet the requirements to use this feature." "You weren't wrong," he said, reading the notification once more. "If it was a spell or a key, I doubt it would read as not meeting the requirement." "Having a key could be a requirement," Ventil opposed. Valden doubted it. He didn't have any evidence to support his opinion, merely a feeling. He'd met a situation like this once before, long ago. On that torturous day, he had met the requirement to use the feature. Sometimes he wished he hadn't met the requirements that day. Other times, he wished he had been the only one there that day. Sometimes the world saves you by setting requirements you shouldn't meet. Valden dropped his hand and stepped away from the wall, mind haunted by fragmented memories of an event that had led to his qualification for the title of Knight of the Crown. "Trust me," he said. "It's not a key or a spell." Keys and spells were the requirements of man-made situations. Nature's requirements were who you were as a person, what you had gained, what you had become. Valden didn't know why, but whatever the wall was a path to had been sealed off naturally, and he wasn't sure if opening it was a good idea. A frown touched his lips as a realization came to him. It had no support, but it struck him as heavily as anything instinctual he'd ever felt had. Aiden opened it. He's wherever this leads to. He had to be. The young lord was enigmatic enough, determined. Every action he took always led to something. Each time Aiden did something that wasn't making sense, there was always a reason waiting at the end of it. He fought me stupidly twice, in a way I didn't understand, Valden thought. At the end of that was a unique skill. He suddenly wanted to come to these parts of the kingdom for no reason. At the end of that was this cave. If it wasn't official before, it was official now. Aiden Lockhart knew too much. But the problem was how. At this point, Valden refused to believe that any information he had wasn't gotten from the library. If Aiden said he'd learned that the sky was blue from the library, then he must have learned it from somewhere else. But where? Off the top of his head, there were only a handful of societies that dabbled in the business of information that were truly worth their weight in gold. Of them all, only 3 operated with a reach that spread across the entire kingdom. Of those 3, only 2 had a reach beyond the kingdom. He would have to investigate both societies. That Aiden was purchasing information from them wasn't the problem. The problem was the risk that came with it. A nobody didn't just walk into a building that prided itself on information gathering and pay a hefty sum of money without the business gathering information on the person. And for all Aiden's impressiveness, there were risks Valden was not willing to take. Aiden and his companions were practically royal treasures as well as royal secrets. Valden couldn't risk having Aiden jeopardize that secrecy. There was another society with power over information, though. If you're very sure it's not a skill, then what do we do next? Nella asked. Valden raised a finger. I need a moment to think. There was nothing to think about regarding her question. He already had an answer to that. What he needed to think about was the possible breach Aiden's strategy to garner information may or may not have caused. Did all of you touch the wall? He asked. Ventel nodded. None of us met the requirement. Then that rules out your entire team. As he spoke, dread creeped up Valden's spine. He refused to believe that the society he was thinking of was the one Aiden was getting his information from. There was no way he would have gained access to them. It was impossible. Unless they were the ones that reached out to him. Valden frowned. But how and if they were the ones he was getting his information from? Would Aiden even know what exactly was happening? He wasn't stupid, but the society wasn't any normal society. They possessed the power to topple kingdoms with information, to start or end wars. They were every kingdom's unavoidable nightmare. And if they reached out to Aiden, he wouldn't even know what was truly going on. All they had to do was make the offer of information beneficial and completely transactional. They would ask for what information he needed, he would tell them, and they would give him a price. Aiden was jaded enough not to take free things. But these guys were good. Valden drew his sword from its scabbard. What are you doing? Ventel asked in a hurry. Valden focused his attention on one side of the wall. Have you guys tried anything apart from touching it? No. Good to know. Valden swung his sword with half his strength. It struck the wall with enough force to send sparks flying. Beneath the loud ringing of his blade was the startled and panicked yelps of Ventel and Nella. What the hell? Ventel snapped, stomping over to him. Have you lost your mind? Valden ignored the man. Focusing his attention on where he'd struck, he sheathed his sword. Not a single blemish stained the wall, not a scratch. Why would you do that? Ventel asked, his voice calmer. Because you hadn't. Valden turned to Nella. She was still seated. Lord Lockhart is on the other side of this wall, wherever the other side is. Are you sure? She asked. Valden nodded. Almost 100%, but we'll need to keep this quiet. We'll need people from a few classes, not a lot, and we'll start slow. For now, we can ignore the anyone with a class any of your teammates have and skills your teammates have. That's a long list, she said. Valden shook his head. Not really. We'll focus on classes that aren't physically focused first. Adventurers with more magically aligned classes. Ventel looked confused. Why? Just humor me, Valden told him, before turning back to Nella. Keep the numbers short. 3, then 4, then 3. He had a feeling they wouldn't have to go through too many people. As for why he'd chosen classes that were magically inclined, the reason was simple. Most people thought that Aiden was a weaver, but while he was a weaver, he was in no way a domestic class. If Valden was to explain his class, he would call Aiden a weaver of enchantments. "If we can get someone with the enchant skill, that will be good too," he added. Nella got up from the rock she was sitting on and nodded. "Come on, Ventel. They'll be more inclined to keep their mouths shut if you're the one asking them to." Ventel hesitated beside Valden as Nella walked away. It did not last long, though. After a while, he left Valden and followed after her. Valden stood, staring at the wall. Someone had to be here in case Aiden came out. Chances were he'd gotten his hands on enough information about the cave that had left him confident that he could get inside. And there were only two societies that could have given him that level of information: the Mage Radiance and the Order. And one of them probably had Aiden dancing in the palm of their hands. Please be the Mage Radiance. Time had gone by. The time they'd spent dangled somewhere between half an hour and an hour. Although Elliswit had said she didn't want to find the swarm, Aiden continued to keep an eye out for any tracks that would indicate their presence. If he was being honest, he knew he would feel bad if, at the end of it all, she didn't complete her quest. He also had words to say to her. Why, Aiden couldn't say for certain. All he knew was that having her speak to him in only grunts and barely audible huffs wasn't nice. Not for the first time, Aiden resisted the urge to let out a tired sigh. As much as he liked to tell himself whatever pleased him, lying to himself was one thing he had never been good at. Not even that one time he'd lost a teammate the first time he'd been given command over a team in the Order. He had spent the 3 days that followed after that, doing his best to convince himself that the teammate had died out of their own stupidity. Aiden had given each teammate their commands, simple and effective. All that had been expected of them was to follow the commands, and success without any losses would have been guaranteed. The teammate had allowed his emotion get the best of him, tried to save someone he had no reason saving. It had been his fault, Aiden had told himself for days. He should have listened. None of it really helped. The fact that the teammate had been a 20-year-old at the time when Aiden had been 26 had only made it worse. After 3 days, his mind had given up on trying to lie to himself. Aiden had been forced to accept the truth. He'd known the boy was emotional, prone to acting on what he felt was right and good over what was necessary. His death had come from the grave error of trying to save a passerby from an explosion. It could have been easily avoided if he'd left the woman alone. Aiden had known this, and knowing it had haunted him. He should have planned better, given instructions befitting of each individual teammate. You could expect a heartless teammate to do something heartless, so you gave him the role that required it. You did not give the same role to a person so full of love and justice. You do not tell a fish to hunt a tiger. He had failed to account for those under his command, failed to devise a proper plan. It had been the first lesson experience had taught him as a leader, and Onrad had died to teach him that. So here he now was, with a princess who would not speak to him. Normally, he would have been happy with it, but this wasn't a normal case, especially when he was to blame for it. His reaction to her question about how he expected to find the swarm had been a moment of poor control. The complete stupidity of the question wasn't something he had intended to point out. In fact, there hadn't really been anything stupid about the question. He'd merely held her to a certain standard that was higher than he was supposed to. In the Order, it would have been a stupid question, but she was not a member of the Order. She was a princess stuck with someone who shouldn't know a lot. Her question had been justified. Aiden stopped walking, bent down, and touched a hand to the ground. The ground here was different, warmer to the touch. He took stock of that piece of information as he moved his fingers over the stubbled ground.
Grains of sand a little too large to be called grains were displaced with each swipe of his hand. He searched for any sign, tracks of any kind. It didn't have to belong to a gargoyle. Even human tracks would suffice. Aiden found none. Still, he did not rise immediately. His hand still touching the warm ground, he raised his head and looked ahead. Farther down, the light was beginning to dim. They were now on a straight path, it seemed. No turn or curve or junction seemed close.
Only a straight path that seemed to go on forever. A new path of the cave. It was as much a good thing as a worrying thing. New places were always a good sign when trying to make your way out of a maze. New places meant progress.
"We might be close," he said, hoping to draw a response from Eliswit. All he got was a grunt. A part of him wanted to call it childish. He refrained himself. She would not speak to him, but the fact that she was responding meant she was still aware enough to acknowledge the fact that she could hear him. It meant he could count on her to do what she was supposed to do. So you should be able to count on yourself to apologize. Aiden had some very choice words for that specific thought. Personally, while he would agree that what he'd done was worthy of offending her, he could also agree that she was blowing it out of proportion. It had only been a facial expression. An hour-long silent treatment was not an acceptable response.
At this point, Eliswit was being a child, throwing an unnecessary tantrum. She needed to grow up. You expect a princess in her early 20s to grow up, he thought, surprised at himself. What do you think this is, the Order Earth? She's a princess. Aiden didn't like when he worked against himself. Sadly, it was a positive and negative effect of having a mind trained for critical and logical thinking. The effect of having a mind designed to cover all the basis of every situation. His mind had been trained to be active and useful, capable of presenting him with a solution, or at least useful options in high-pressure moments. But it wasn't a switch he could turn on and off whenever he wanted. So when he wasn't in a high-pressure moment, it did what it was thought, with whatever mundane issues he found himself in. And here it was, informing him of his stupidity. Eliswit was a princess. And while what she was doing was an overreaction to his mistake, it was stupid to call it unexpected. She was a princess, which meant that she had probably never had anyone disrespect her in any way, except for her parents and her siblings. And now, here he was, younger than her as well, giving her a tough time she had no other option but to take. If nothing at all, she was going to exercise her power and authority in any way she could. And silence was a way. Aiden stood back up and turned to her. "Is this going to be a continuing problem?" he asked, realizing a little belatedly that he'd probably chosen the wrong way to start the conversation. Eliswit looked at him as if she didn't know what he was talking about. "Princess," he said. She raised her brows, acknowledging but not replying. "How about we do this?" He took 2 steps, closing the distance between them and stopping an arm's length away. "How about you tell me how I have offended you, and we work through it?" My God, are you really finding it difficult to just apologize? Eliswit looked at him as if he was stupid.
Aiden had to give her that one. It was stupid to ask what he already knew. But he was simply being careful. He knew his facial expression had pissed her off. But what if that was not all? What if on top of that, she was also pissed off by the fact that he'd said nothing in the way of an apology for almost an hour? "You've said sorry a lot before, Aiden." He had, but not like this. Not over something that he thought could just be forgotten. The only lady that had ever made him apologize for something he thought was unimportant was Shua, and that had been because they'd been dating. She had earned the place to make him do what he didn't want to do. With the people he had ever worked with, simple problems like this were ignored. If it wasn't something that could be ignored, the offended brought it up and they sorted it out quickly.
Aiden had gone through life, but one thing he continued to have a problem with was figuring out social problems with people that were not marks or a part of a mission in some way when they refused to tell him what the problem was.
Aiden folded his arms over his chest, sheathed sword held in one hand.
"What can I do to make it up to you?"
"Make it up to me?" Eliswit asked, flabbergasted. "Make it up to me?"
Wrong choice of words, Aiden.
Eliswit sucked in a deep breath. It looked like it was supposed to be a calming breath. It was not. "Lord Lockhart," she said, voice firm.
"Princess,"
he replied, hesitant.
"do you even know what you did wrong?"
Aiden paused. He knew, but somehow it felt like answering the question was falling into a trap. But what could he do? He needed to sort this out before he ran into new problems. Just to be sure, he looked behind him to the path they were supposed to take. There was no sign of an approaching monster.
Then he tilted a little to the side, not that he had to, and looked around Eliswit. The same. "Lord Lockhart, I have an idea of what I may have done," Aiden said, "but I'm not entirely sure how to go about this." "You've never apologized before?" Eliswit asked, genuinely surprised. "I've apologized before." Eliswit's lips puckered in thought. "But not to girls." Aiden kept quiet, not for simple reasons like this. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but Aiden left them unsaid. "Wow," Eliswit folded her arms. "When you said you didn't have a lady you were courting back home, I didn't think you also didn't have any female friends." Aiden raised an incredulous brow. "Why did you say it that way?" "What way?" "Like I was some nerd that couldn't get a girl to pay attention to me, and if I got one to pay attention to me, I wouldn't be able to keep her attention." Eliswit grinned. "Would you be able to? Keep her attention, I mean." "Maybe I don't need to apologize after all." At least she was smiling. Grinning was still smiling, right? Aiden sighed, accepting her grin as a smile. He probably hadn't been let off the hook, but an apology wasn't the most important thing right now. At least, not here. Turning around, he continued down the right path. "I didn't get an apology," Eliswit called after him. "You'll get it later," he called back, listening to her footsteps as she caught up to him. Eliswit was walking beside him now. "Apologies don't come later." "Not all the time," Aiden agreed. "But sometimes they come when they come." "And when is this one coming?" "Once we start breathing fresh air." The rest of the path was walked in silence. It stretched down for a long time, and they found 2 corpses on the way. One was an adventurer, and Aiden added his tag to his stash. The other was a mercenary with a massive cleaver. Eliswit showed no interest in it since hers was better than his. Before long, the path opened up into a clear space. It was almost as large as the meadow on the other side of the natural array. But there was no meadow here, only cave. Rocks and stalactites hanging from above and shooting up from the ground. The moss and algae and bioluminescent lights that had illuminated their path since opening the natural array were scattered all over the place. Red plants raised red glows from the walls that gave the space a touch of an eerie feeling. Regardless of how much light there was, the space still carried shadowy areas. A boss room if I ever saw one, Aiden thought, taking careful step inside. "If the named one isn't here," Eliswit said, looking around, "then we're on the wrong side of this cave." Aiden agreed with her. His ears perked up suddenly, attention sharpening as he picked something out in the dark. It resided in one of the shadowy parts of the space, down on the other side of the space, facing the entry. With a raised hand, Aiden gestures Eliswit to silence. She stops beside him, falling silent. Then he gestures ahead of them, to the shape in the shadow. It looked like a statue, 3 times Aiden's height. It was seated on the ground with a hand buried in the floor up to the wrist. Aiden watched the shape. Judging from what he saw, it was humanoid. More like a gorilla, he noted. The arms seemed a little too long. In the shadow, he couldn't make out anything but the shape. No distinctive features stood out. But Aiden knew what he was looking at. He didn't need light to know what sat waiting for them in the shadow. It was there. It was ready. And it opened its eyes. Bright yellow eyes stared at them from the darkness. "That's ominous," Eliswit muttered. Aiden noted the absence of worry in her voice. That was a good thing. Now, just one more thing, Aiden thought, activating a skill. "You have used skill Detect." The moment the skill activated, Aiden frowned at the information it gave him. An indicator appeared above the gargoyle's head, and Aiden almost groaned. This was a potential problem. Aiden drew his sword from its scabbard, but kept his other hand armed with the scabbard. It left both hands occupied, which was his intention. "Ready?" he asked Eliswit. "Ready." That was good. Now Aiden just prayed the gargoyle wouldn't reach level 50 during the fight. The last thing they needed was a gargoyle with a level 50 technique, even if it was an incomplete one. After all, nobody had to die for it to reach level 50. It just had to learn a manifesting class skill. He twirled his sword in his hand and prepared himself. "Let's get this done quickly." Chapter 39. Gangnar. Standing with such a great distance between them, and Gangnar the starter was capable of lulling anyone who knew very little about gargoyles into a false sense of security. But Aiden wasn't just anyone. There had been a time when he had been just anyone. But that time was long past. Gone, like the first gargoyle he had killed after stepping beyond the natural array. In the Order, a lot of things had been taught, and Aiden had learnt from them. Being weak, the most important thing he had learnt had been how to face a more powerful opponent, or an uncertain opponent. And he had used those teachings very judiciously ever since coming back. In his second life, he was stronger in most ways, but weaker in one that counted. Playing underdog most of his life had left him with a thoughtful mind. Asking questions first, before throwing fists and skills, had been the first sense he'd developed in his first life. Being an enchanter had made it mandatory. But it would be a lie to say he had developed it because he was smart. No. As harsh as it was to admit, he had developed it because he had been weak. Weak and with no choice. The weak either fought and died, or learned to use their brains to survive. Then he had become strong, and while the battles and missions the Order had continued to send him on, even when he had become over level 200, were tasks that found him as the underdog, there were moments when he had been faced with weaker opponents. Those moments had been enough to teach him how the strong fought. The powerful, those truly versed in the art of violence, did not plan and scheme and trick. They did not feint or lie or pretend. They moved forward with overwhelming power, knowing that all would succumb. Aiden could admit to fighting like that every now and then, even as an enchanter. So in this second life, that had been his weakness. The urge to fight those around him as the powerful would fight. And why not? He was surrounded by those of low levels. Even Valden was yet to reach level 50. It was a mental bias, the pride of the strong. But with each fight that was not to the death, he had reminded himself that he was weak, mixed the strength of the weak with the hubris of the strong. Each enemy he hadn't needed to kill, he had confused first, tricked and lied to in one way or the other. He had fought in a way most would call dishonorable. in a way the Order would call necessary. He had done it with Haruto, summoned of Nelquan, confused the man by telling him his own class and name, thrown him off kilter with information he should not have had. In the Naranov manner, he had done it to all those who had challenged him, by striking a weapon into a dummy with a circle drawn in sand. With a single action, he had divided their focus between the circle, the spar, and their pride not to be kicked out of it. But now, Aiden found himself in a different situation. He found his pride working against him. To him, the gargoyle staring at him was weak. A mere level 49. Not yet 50. In his past life, he could have killed it with his eyes closed. But this is not your past life. Keep your eyes peeled, princess, he said to Eliswit in a low voice, without taking his eyes off Gangnar. You've seen the gargoyles we've fought, how quickly they can move. Sudden bursts of speed, Eliswit said in an equally low whisper. At its level, I wouldn't be surprised if it can cross this distance in the blink of an eye. But there was no surprise, really. Aiden knew for a fact that it could cross this distance in the blink of an eye. And still you wanted to face it without any weavings, he thought, chiding himself. Without any enchantments. Eliswit took a slow and quiet step to the side and away from Aiden. He let her. From what he knew of combat, the last thing you wanted to be as a group in a fight against a powerful foe was a single target. So she was spreading herself out, giving the gargoyle 2 targets. It was a good thought. And if the princess was using her brain, Aiden had to. The hubris of facing off against an enemy significantly stronger than him with pure skill was stupid. You can't allow your annoyance at truly being the underdog rile you up. Ready? He asked Eliswit. She nodded. Switch strategy. Aiden shook his head at her suggestion. The switch strategy only worked against opponents you could stand against, even if not toe-to-toe, at least to a certain extent. At level 29, he definitely couldn't stand against Gangnar in any direct confrontation. And your stupid ass wanted to fight with pure skill. Aiden was tired of scolding himself. I thought it would attack immediately, he told himself. It was a half-truth. He had truly thought it would attack immediately. But he'd instinctively also wanted to remind himself that what stood before him was only a mere level 49. The fact that it was powerful had been annoying, and he'd wanted to prove to it that he'd faced stronger.
Eliswit looked at him from the side of her eye.
Why not? And is there a reason it's not attacking? Aiden wondered if the switch strategy was the only strategy the princess knew. It was a fleeting thought. A very fleeting thought. A member of the royal family would not just be trained in the art of physical combat. They would be trained in the art of strategy and manipulation and diplomacy. They would be trained in every way a person could be trained. Therefore, there was no way the switch strategy was all she knew. So was she suggesting it because she thought it was the only skill he knew? You're thinking too much, Aiden. Thinking was good, but there were times when it became too much. And too much of anything was always bad. Do you know how to bait and switch? He asked. Eliswit paused, then nodded. Good. Aiden lowered his stance a little, prepared himself for speed. I'll start. You follow. As long as you know what you're doing. Gangnar kept its eyes on Aiden. Not once had it looked away from him. It was as if Eliswit was yet to matter to it. It was why Aiden had chosen the strategy. It was why he had chosen to start it. As for why it was yet to attack, Aiden did his best not to move his attention from the gargoyle to the hole in the ground where its hand had been buried a few moments ago. His best guess was that it didn't want to stray too far from the hole. If that was correct, then there was something in the hole, something worth killing the gargoyle for. A reward. Done with all the planning he could muster, Aiden tossed his scabbard to the side and darted forward.
He ran in an arc that had him approaching from the side, placing the rising stalagmites between them to obstruct its view of him. With his updated stats, he was fast, but not fast enough. Gangnar's eyes darted almost immediately. It blitzed in its sockets, followed after him. Aren't I just the perfect bait? Now he just needed a weaving before he got to it, or it got to him.
Something to keep him alive. The gargoyle watched him as his hands came together. It looked slightly confused, yet apprehensive. Between level 20 and getting here, he'd tried the effects of his new stats, and that rise in dexterity was not playing any games. Even with the hilt of his sword in his hands, his weaving was smooth. It could be smoother, but once upon a time it had been nigh impossible. You have used class skill Enchanted Weave. You have used Weave of Lesser Speed. Effect 30% increase in movement speed. Duration 000810. Aiden felt his mana course through him. He felt charged up, and his feet moved faster beneath him. He couldn't wait to hit level 50 when he could kick it up a notch and use the middling enchantments. 5 steps in, and a little closer to the gargoyle, the creature made its first real move. It moved its hand across its body and placed it on the ground. Its next action happened in the blink of an eye. Its entire arm blurred, and Aiden terminated his course of action. He came to an immediate halt and took a very sharp right. Throwing himself to the side, he hit the ground in a roll. The entire space boomed in the wake of an explosive sound as a barrage of rocks hit the wall in the direction Aiden had been. When he came to his feet, Aiden paled slightly. He hadn't even seen the rocks cross the distance. The reaction he'd had was to the disappearance of the gargoyle's arm from his sight. And all the stalagmites rising from the ground that had been between them were gone. A cold sweat ran down the side of his face when he finally realized why the gargoyle had simply been watching him. It hadn't been assessing him. It had just been confused. It had probably been wondering what he had been hoping to accomplish moving at the speed he had been moving at. Then he'd picked up his speed and had become a threat. That's the difference that exists between 20 levels, he thought. If I'm not careful, I'll die without knowing what killed me. Bait and switch had definitely been the better strategy. Then Gangnar finally stood up with a deep groove that had not been there before in the ground beside it, and Aiden was weaving a new enchantment. You have activated Weave of Lesser Strength. Effect plus 29% increase in strength. Duration 000800. Aiden felt himself grow sturdier, but that wasn't enough. As much as he now believed he could survive significantly more than he once could, he doubted the attack he'd just avoided wouldn't still kill him on impact. He felt the fear of death hold him by the heel, and he shook it off annoyance. He'd stared death in the face far too many times to be afraid of it now. A month plus of an easy life wasn't going to make him forget 11 years of difficulty. For fuck's sake, I've died once. Gangnar paused, eyes narrowed. Perhaps Aiden's annoyance had shown on his face, or maybe it was thinking of something else. Aiden didn't care. He weaved another enchantment. You have activated Weave of Lesser Endurance. Effect plus 20% increase in endurance. Duration 000500. Gangnar took a step towards him, and a blast of red mana slammed into its back. It staggered a single step forward before catching itself. For the first time since getting here, its yellow eyes focused on something that was not Aiden. Come on, Eliswit goaded it, arms raised to her sides, cleaver in one. Why don't you pick on someone your own size? She was definitely not its size. Gangnar growled. It was a guttural sound that reverberated in Aiden's chest. Then it dropped forward so that its hands and feet touched the ground. It wasn't a good sign. With 3 enchantments coursing through Aiden, he reached into one of his many pockets and retrieved an enchanted item. "Anticipate where it will be," he told himself, and threw the item. Gungnar's massive body moved faster than something its size had any right to move. Aiden's enchanted item struck the ground a few paces in front of Eliswit and exploded. It burst into a flare of sparks that filled an entire space, exploding like countless fireworks, and he was already charging at it. "You have used Cube of Lesser Flames." Ganger got to the confined space, seeming to appear out of nowhere, shattering all the stalagmites that had been in its path, and staggered back. It had been caught in the explosion mid-stride, but not enough. Aiden had thrown the enchanted item a little too far forward. Gangnar staggered back and away from the eruption. Its eyes moved, and it showed its lacking intelligence by trying to swipe the enchantment aside as if it was a physical thing. Its hand cut through the air and got caught within the sparks. It let out a pained growl, flinching away in pain. A named gargoyle was a form of evolutionary gargoyle. It gained the ability to use skills, along with increased stats, and in exchange for its powerful defense, it gained a certain level of flexibility and humanoid form. "Get away!" Aiden called out to Eliswit as he approached them, tossing another enchanted item into the fray. He didn't aim this one at the ground. Instead, he threw it straight into the sparks. When he did, he let his footwork carry him to the side so that he went around Gangnar, skidding to stop behind it. To his side was a rising stalactite, spiking up as tall as him from the ground. His interface came alive, and he discarded it immediately. "You have activated Enchantment of Lesser Gas. Radius 0.0012 kilometers. Ever the good listener, Eliswit was gone before the eruption. Gangnar only had enough time to look back before the sparks erupted in a full-on explosion. Aiden placed a finger on the stalactite beside him and drew a symbol on it. You could not apply certain types of enchantments on inanimate objects. If you did, they simply did not take effect. But Aiden's enchantments cast through his class skills worked differently. "You have used class skill Unarmed Engrave You." The moment he was done, he smacked a hand against the stalactite, right above the engraving, activating it, and jumped back and away from it as movement within the smoke and flames of the explosion caught his attention. "You have activated Enchantment of Lesser Durability. Effect plus 35% increase in durability. Duration 000452. Gangnar staggered out of the explosion, tongues of fire licking its body at different places. Its arms swung as it staggered, striking out at Aiden, or at least where he had been. Its swinging arms struck the stalactite Aiden had left and bounced off on impact. Aiden was already moving, weaving through the rising stalagmites. The gargoyle had intelligence, but it wasn't intelligent. That was a good thing. Still littered with fire, Gangnar turned its attention. Eyes darted about, moving from stalagmite to stalagmite until it settled on Aiden. When it did, the gargoyle charged forward. It used none of the speed it had displayed earlier, barreling forward like a lumbering gorilla. Aiden continued to dart backward, dancing between stalagmites, keeping them between him and the creature as his mind continued to devise a plan. As Gangnar chased after him, smacking each stalagmite away from its front, shattering them with each swing of its arm, Eliswit chased behind it. Bait and switch was useless if all the members of the party kept the enemy's attention at the same time. Aiden's eyes made contact with Eliswit's, and he nodded. Gangnar was close to him, but not close enough to be a threat. But as reassuring as that was, Aiden felt the farthest thing away from safe. Even the eye contact he had made with Eliswit had been a risk. For all he knew,
Gangnar could suddenly clear the distance between them in the blink of an eye. Then why hasn't it? Aiden thought. Eliswit pulled to a stop.
She held her cleaver in both hands, down and to the side, and swung it as if it was a long sword of simple weight, not the massive cleaver that it was. A diagonal slash of red mana shot out of it. The attack shattered a stalagmite before slamming into the gargoyle's back. The force of the blow staggered it forward. This time, it wasn't by a step. Gangnar staggered 4 steps forward before falling to its knee. Aiden stopped his fleeing. He changed his trajectory and darted forward. Gangnar raised its head the moment he did, and Aiden channeled all the strength he had into changing his direction once more. Dash came alive. It carried away from his path and to the side. Aiden let out a pained groan as he slammed into the side of a stalagmite, thrown off course by the skill, and was happy for it. It was a better option than what might have befallen him. On the ground, Gangnar's eyes remained on him, unflinching. Aiden had charged forward, expecting its attention to be turned on Eliswit. Luck had favored him in his survival. The question now was why Gangnar hadn't changed its attention. Did it consider him the greater threat now, or had he just really pissed it off? Reaching out to its side with its left arm, Gangnar grabbed a stalagmite, its eyes never leaving Aiden. The stalagmite was dark and glistening, clearly not rock. Growing all the way to half its length from the ground was moss of the deepest green, with a smattering of red. The moss stained Gangnar's hand as it pulled. It tugged at it once, and the stalagmite did not budge. Then twice. Then once more. Aiden watched its muscles under cement-gray flesh grow taut and bulge against its skin as the stalagmite gave way. It shattered at the bottom where it met the ground, and Aiden called out a warning. "Eliswit, look out!" Gangnar had no intentions of attacking her, and he knew it. But he couldn't be lax about safety. Even now, he watched over the princess. Why? Because she was a princess, and there would be no way to explain her death if she died while on an unsanctioned scenario with him. Because she was his companion for the duration of this quest. The answer did not come to him, but something else did. Gangnar lifted one foot, planted it firmly on the ground, and threw. The stalagmite cut through the air, but Aiden was already moving, covering distances to save himself. He ducked past the back of a standing stalagmite, dove into a roll. The thrown object slammed into another of its kind and erupted on impact. Debris flew about, cascading through the air with enough force to cause harm. Aiden rounded another stalagmite, moving fast. He placed it between him and all the debris. The sound of something striking the cover he hid behind told him that he had been right to take cover. Then Gangnar was in front of him. It had appeared like the herald of death. Aiden knew now why it had not moved so quickly before. Because the speed was a skill, not a simple action. He stepped away from his cover at the last moment, a last-ditch effort to reduce the impact of what was about to happen to him. There would be no avoiding it, only suffering it. Gangnar's arm move blurred through the distance. Another skill, Aiden noted, as he raised his sword at an angle, buttressing its blade with the flat of his other palm. The outcome of this was inevitable. Gangnar struck him with the force of a falling boulder. Its entire forearm slammed into the flat of the blade of the sword, pushed it back and into Aiden, then crashed into Aiden's entire body. Pain flared in Aiden's chest and his nose. He felt something crack. Something wet stained his face, too. Wet and warm. Then he felt the wind behind his back. He shot through the air, clearing a distance he did not know. He tried to orient his body as he cascaded through the air, tumbling end over end, but his body did not listen to him. So he spun, Darkness clawing at his vision as pain filled him like gas that refused to be farted or burped, growing worse with every passing second as it continued to grow, refusing to leave. Aiden's back struck something strong, something powerful. Whatever it was gave way to him. He was the unstoppable force. Again, something cracked within him. In his pain, Aiden heard nothing, but he felt it offer its allegiance to his already existing pain. The impact knocked the wind out of him. Debris flew about, buffeting him in dust and pain and bright-colored moss. Aiden pulled air into his lungs instinctively, and more pain filled him. Had he punctured a lung? The thought fled him as he hit the ground and bounced off it. Yet it didn't stop him. As one skipped a fine rock along the surface of a river or lake, so he skipped along the surface of the ground. Twice, then thrice. Then he came to a stop, his back slamming against a sturdy wall, knocking more wind out of him.
He heard a sound in the distance that sounded like his name, but he couldn't be certain. He couldn't be certain of anything, except for the fact that he wasn't dead yet. Something wet and warm trickled down the side of his head, down his nostrils as well. There was also a sharp taste of metal in his mouth. Slumped against whatever kept his back up, Aiden found little strength to move. Even as he wondered just how bad it was, his interface chose to give him the information he needed in numbers. You have been dealt a fatal blow. Health 31%, stamina 57%, mana 60%. Aiden thought he heard his name once more as he discarded the notification. He could have sworn he'd started this fight with full percentages in all his life stats, and in just one blow? He was having a hard time focusing on anything else. So much for bait and switch. Gangnar had decided that he was all the bait there needed to be. Eliswit wasn't of much importance to it. It didn't make sense. Eliswit was the stronger of the both of them, the bigger threat. By all accounts, Gangnar was supposed to be warier of her. You didn't keep an eye on the weaker opponent in a fight when one was clearly stronger than the other. It wasn't strategy. It was instinct. Something red flashed in Aiden's periphery. With all the pain, he could see very little. But he could see, and that mattered. A guttural roar followed the flash of red. That was good. It meant he would not be dying right now. His interface popped up in front of him once more. Health 29%. That wasn't good. Health only dropped for no reason on 2 occasions. One was poisoning. If you were poisoned, your health degraded over time. Since his interface had said nothing about being poisoned, he doubted that was the case. Also, he knew of no kind of gargoyle with poison as part of its attacks. Although there were poisons so masterfully concocted that interfaces didn't inform people of their poisoning. That left Aiden with the second obvious reason. Blood loss. Another blast of red light filled his vision. Aiden ignored it. He had other things to focus on. One, if his blood loss continued, then there would be no natural healing. His health would continue to tick down and never up. Blood clotting was one way to go. A normal person would just natural bleed to death, but there was nothing normal about anyone above the age of 18 on Nastild. Still, he'd likely be dead and gone before his blood clotted enough to allow him heal. There was another flash of red. Eliswit was really putting in the work. He couldn't let a child struggle so much to keep him alive when he was here. That's foolish talk, and you know it. She wasn't a child. Not really. Even if she was younger now, she had been older than him once. He'd known her older version. And even if his experience now made him the older of the two, despite their physical age, it didn't matter. She was currently the stronger of the both of them. She might not be the best choice to kill Gangnar, but she was the best match at keeping it at bay. So Aiden focused on himself. He was alive. That was good. He sucked in a deep breath and winced. He could breathe. It hurt, but it was possible. That, too, was good. So he took shallow breaths and was happy for the absence of pain. Next came the important part. Something exploded to his side, and he was pelted with small debris, pebble-sized. He ignored it. "Can you move?" Buried within all the pain, he'd been unable to focus on anything else. Now, he willed himself to ignore the pain and focus on something else. His hand moved. The entire arm. It was weak, tired, like moving about when terribly sick. It sufficed. He forced his arm to move, one large action at a time. He moved his free arm, since his other arm still held onto his sword, an instinct honed over years. You did not release your weapon unless you absolutely had to.
When his free arm landed on his soldier's belt, he ran it along the surface of 2 pockets before landing on the one he wanted. Opening it, he pulled out a vial. Uncorking it was an annoyance, but it was enough. Another massive move of his hand placed the mouth of the vial in his mouth. Some of its contents spilled on his cheek and shoulder. Aiden prayed. He prayed he would make it in time, if he made it at all. There were no more red flashes, after all. The sound of her blade cutting through the air did not fill Eliswit with any form of motivation today. She brought the blade to bear, deflecting another strike from the gargoyle. According to what Aiden had told her of the scenario, its name was Gangnar. Sadly, Gangnar was proving to be a bigger problem than she'd expected. For one, it had completely disregarded their strategy of bait and switch. Why it had chosen to focus entirely on Aiden was what she didn't understand. She was the stronger opponent, closer to its level. It made no sense. Even when she'd struck it with Aura Strike, it had refused to take its eyes of Aiden. When it had thrown the stalagmite at him and he'd dodged, she'd been happy. Then the gargoyle had disappeared, and everything else had been a tragedy. You have used class skill Sword Strike. Now she was doing her best to keep Gangnar away from him as another blast of mana struck true. Eliswit had lost count of how many times she'd used this skill so far. As much as she would have liked to use another skill, this was the only one in her arsenal that was an active attack skill. Everything else only served to buff her in some way or the other. She was, by every ramification of the term, a passive butcher. Aura Strike cut through the air once more, struck the gargoyle in the shoulder. It left a groove in its shoulder, deeper than Eliswit had expected. She found it strange as she dodged another attack. The gargoyles they'd faced in the cave were clearly weaker, but all she'd been able to leave on them had been cracks at best. So why were her attacks so effective against this one? Weaving behind a stalagmite, she avoided a blow from the gargoyle. Its hand slammed into the stalagmite, shattering its top half. Eliswit came up on the other side with another Aura Strike. Again, she tore another slash in it. This time, she'd gone for its thigh. Like all the other cuts she'd given it, gray blood rose from the injuries, then solidified, so that Gangnar looked like a beast walking around with scars from old battles. Eliswit could whittle it down, practically cut it to death. At least, she hoped she could. With the injuries scarring over, she had no idea if the damage remained or some form of healing was taking place. She knew nothing, and it annoyed her. She jumped back as the gargoyle slammed its fist into the ground. Despite the gravity of what was happening, Eliswit kept shifting glances to Aiden. Each time she looked at him, her fears grew a little more. He was a terrible mess. More blood than person. That he had even survived a blow from a creature almost at level 50 was a miracle by itself. Then he'd gone through a stalagmite, kissed the ground a couple of times, and ended up in a wall was enough to have killed him. But he still lived, the slow rise and fall of his chest, his twitching arm. Eliswit was determined to get Gangnar away from him by any means necessary. This wasn't how things were supposed to go, and Eliswit hated herself for it. In the beginning, she had allowed Aiden take the lead because he'd known far more about their situation than she had. He'd uncovered the natural enchantment, had navigated the cave, and had known more about the gargoyle than she had. It was only right that she'd allowed him lead. But this fight, she shouldn't have allowed him. He hadn't been strong enough. The moment she'd seen Gangnar's level, she should have opted out, asked him to turn back. But she hadn't. Why? Gangnar's arm blurred, because he was strong. Eliswit turned, twisted her hip, throwing herself to the side in a somersault. Her evasion wasn't complete, and the blow clipped her thigh. Eliswit braced herself at the contact only to feel no pain. Instead, her interface came alive. Artifact Mad King's Bar is in effect. A piece of the Mad King's staff designed to ward off attacks from skills of an opponent, designed to keep you alive in the direr position. Effect 30% magic resistance. Effect 100% resistance to skill attacks for 10 seconds. Eliswit frowned at the notification when she landed on her feet. That had been a blatant waste of the artifact's uses. And that was a flaw of the artifact. You didn't get to pick and choose when it activated. But since it was up, she was going to take advantage of it.
The only things she had feared from the creature were how fast it had moved in the beginning, and that attack speed. Now that she knew that the specific attack was a skill, she was safe from it for the next 10 seconds. She might as well take advantage of it. Stepping forward, she used Aura Strike once more, spamming the attack. It tore into the gargoyle's leg. Rather than back away, a reasonable strategy, she followed the attack with a slash to the injury. Her cleaver dug a deeper hole, and she drew it free. Mana 23%. The gargoyle howled in pain and swiped at her. She saw the hand coming and ducked away. In the fight since entering the cave, she'd learned that she could keep track of its normal attacks. Not having to look out for the skill gave her an advantage. She moved, darted around the gargoyle. Once again, she realized that she shouldn't have allowed Aiden lead this fight. What was she going to do if he died? If she could defeat the gargoyle on time, she could save him. If not, he would die. And she didn't know how to explain it to her father, or her mother. Her father had to have plans for Aiden, even if she didn't know what they were. But her mother, she knew her mother's plans. As far as the Queen of Bandiv was concerned, Aiden Lacarte wasn't going to be the hero. But he was going to be something, and whatever it was going to be great. So her plan was to find a way to tie Aiden to the kingdom. She believed he would be a powerful force in the future, and if he and his companions didn't get to go home, then she would rather he have a reason to stay in Bandiv than end up somewhere else. Eliswit's duty here, amongst other things, was to find out what could move him, what he wanted or needed. If they knew that, they could bind him to them. And, as her mother so lovingly put it, if she could make herself the thing that bound him, even better. But he has to live for that to happen. Eliswit struck at the gargoyle's leg from behind it as it tried to turn. It could heal its injury all it wanted, but if she took the leg, then that was a win for her. Once again the gargoyle struck. Its arm blurred once more, and Eliswit ignored it. She'd practiced with the Mad King's Bar enough times to know how long her 10 seconds would last. She swung into the leg once more. Her cleaver tore at the injury before the gargoyle's blood solidified, ripped a chunk of the creature's flesh out a moment before its hand came down on her. One more, she hoped. Then the hand landed on top of her.
a massive fist that should have flattened her. She pulled back for another cut when something went wrong. The weight of the hand doubled on top of her, pushed her downward. There was no damage, so the artifact was acting as was expected of it, doing its job. But the weight was a different thing entirely. It pushed her down, pinned her to the ground, so that her leg muscles had to work hard to keep her on her feet. It took her a moment to realize what was happening. She couldn't move her upper body. No harm was befalling her from the skill, but she had been neutralized. If she tried too hard to turn, it would shift her equilibrium. The gargoyle would pin her flat to the ground. It was all she could do to stay on her feet, but staying pinned was going to be a bad situation as well. If it pinned her down for the rest of the 10 seconds, would run out of its activation. If that happened, it could inevitably squish. Gungnar pulled its bad leg back, and Eliswit paled. Shit. It swung its leg forward in a vicious kick. Eliswit felt the weight of the strike, felt her rib crack, felt the pain fill her head as it struck her. Then she was sent flying. Fear and pain filled her as her interface popped up. She struck a stalagmite but didn't break through it, and despite the force of the kick and the fact that she'd taken it unguarded, she was surprised at how much health she still had. Health 43%. Breathing became hard, each one leaving her with the feeling of sharp pain. Elaswit did not need a doctor or a healer to tell her something bad had happened to her lungs. She could still move, and that was good. All she needed to do was... A sharp gust of wind hit her, and Gangnar was already in front of her. Fear became an accomplice once more. Not for Aiden's life, but hers. Her flight or fight response kicked in immediately, and fight was the victor. She would fight to survive by any means possible. Fear would not hold her down. She was a princess, and a princess did not bow. A princess fought until the end. Fear in battle would not hold down the daughter of King Brandis. She would not shame herself in such a way. Her mind went to her cleaver, but she knew she no longer had it in hand. She'd lost it at some point while she'd been tumbling through the air. If she was being honest, her life was something she should have lost too. The only thing that had likely saved her was the damage she'd inflicted to the leg that had kicked her. Gungnar had likely been unable to put in enough force into it. Without her cleaver, she couldn't fight. But she could still survive. She turned to her side, moved to evade whatever attack was to come next. Gungnar did not attack. The gargoyle raised its head to the stalactites above and let out an ear-piercing roar. It shook Eliswit to the core, and she knew what had happened even before her interface told her. Enemy has used skill, predator's right. Eliswit watched in fear. This couldn't be her end. She refused to die like this. She couldn't die in some random cave in some random place. She'd trained all her life, tutored at the hands of the greatest the kingdom had to offer. Gungnar raised its leg, scarred and beaten, high above her.
Move, damn it!
You do not have sufficient resilience. Resilience, mastery, 27%. Skill, predator's right takes effect. You are stunned. Eliswit stared at the notification, and a tear slipped from her eye. Please, no.